Blessings and a merry meet to you, my enchanted and magical angels. Willow here. So, what adventures does Willow's Magical Adventures have for you today? Are we going to stay in the comforts of my home and my den, doing magical practice, cooking, crafting, and all those exciting things? Or are we going to venture into the world? And are we going to go to the fairy realm woodlands, a place of magical, mystical, and enchanted energies? Are we going to connect with the fae, with the elementals, and with all of the energies of nature? Or are we going to stay at home and do it from the comforts of the den? Let's see. Follow me, Willow, and let's go on our new adventures. Enjoy! Whee! Hello and welcome to another Willow's Magical Adventures with Willow myself, Ivy Willow, and we are on episode 2. So today we're doing some more education on our beautiful fairy and fae folk. So today we're going to be Dash, stop chewing your bone. Why did you start doing it as soon as I start talking? I'm going to be talking about the fae, about the different types of fae that there is, some of their laws and things that they're into, things that they're not into, and just giving you some general information. So a lot of what you're going to be seeing is my knowledge, but there is also content and information through research that I have done over the week that has come from other people as well. Now, I will give my views on what I think, because as I've told you many times before, when I have watched certain people and certain shows to do with people that are supposed to work with the fae or the right content and stuff, sometimes I don't quite see what they're writing in the way that I've been able to experience it. But again, I do not dismiss anything that anybody else says, and I am not saying that they're wrong. Every experience with the fae folk for any person is going to be different. But I do think it's very important to show my knowledge and my understanding of the fae through working with the fae and working with the fairy folk and having that opening. And obviously there is people that I follow that are in the fairy communities that are on YouTube that are absolutely amazing at what they do, and they're really good. So obviously it's good that I have people that I can relate to and they are on my wavelength, but there are some that I just think have slightly different ways that maybe they've experienced the fae, or it's just literally coming from where they've read research up and they've illustrated that that is probably how it is, and not in fact had any sort of contact with the fae to know for themselves. So I'm kind of doing these shows to help all of you and to help all of you understand that the best way to actually know the fae is to actually be in communication with them yourself. But to do that, you've got to have a lot of understanding, and I've done a lot of research into who they are, how they live, their beliefs, their laws, all of their cultural beliefs and stuff as well. All of this is really important, and what they expect from you when working with them and what they don't like. You need to have understanding of all this sort of stuff to work with the fae, because as you know, whether they are the fae of the light or the fae of the dark, they are very powerful beings and they are very protective of their habitats and nature resources. Some of them will work with humans, some of them will not. Okay, but there is so many stories and things behind the fae and who they are and what they're supposed to be like. And sometimes it really upsets me, because I've had experiences with the fae for a very long time, since I was 5 years old, and I've never had a negative experience. Now, I'm not saying that they're easy to get on with and that you shouldn't be careful of them, of course, always, because they are very powerful and they can change character if you make them upset or do something they dislike. But 9 times out of 10, the good side of the fae will be very good with you, work with you, as long as you show them respect and you have a mutual understanding about each other's beliefs. But for some of them, they just won't entertain you at all, guys. But that is just how they are. Now, so today I'm going to be talking to you about all of the different types of fae, some of the, legends and the myths, and some of the fact that I know. I'm going to talk to you about the different Seelie and Unseelie courts, which are the two fairy realms. Now, this did originate from Scotland. Scotland were the ones that divided the two characteristics of fae and fairies into two categories because of maybe experiences and the way that they would see the fae act, and through their obviously beliefs and their laws. So through that, it followed into other places in other countries where it would be the same. No matter where you are in the world, the fairy realm is all one massive big place, connected by different civilizations, different communities, different countries, all in one place. Okay, so there are so many different types of fae. You hear the word pixies, brownies, fairies, gnomes. Or there's so many different types of these characteristics of fae, though, and fairies. There's so many different types that there's no way I'm going to be able to name every single one of them to you, but I will speak and talk to you about the ones that I know, and some of the ones that I found through some of the research as well, which I had some knowledge on, but I needed some more knowledge on because I've not directly communicated with them properly. I've seen different types of fae. I've seen them pass me. I've seen them around me, but not all of them that I communicate with. I am very much known to communicate with some fairies, some pixies. I have got some brownies as well, which you've seen pictures where you've seen their faces and stuff in it. So I do really think it's really important to show you them and to show you some of the other ones that I've been in the place of and seen. Not so much worked with them, but they're around and I've dedicated to them. And some of them are the more negative side that I've not dedicated to, but I have had glimpse of and know what they are through the studying and the experiences and through what I've been taught by my faith folk as well. So today I've going to have lots of beautiful little picture bits to put up onto the screen. I'll obviously have the camera off, and I'm going to be speaking to you because everything that I get, I write down into a massive word pad thing and I just read everything, all of the content that I've got that are in dedication to all of the research places that I've gone to and the websites, which I think are really amazing. And I give all the credit to them for them parts, but also for all of the, areas and stuff that I know about and what I put in there and what I add as well, because as I've said to you, everybody's knowledge is different. And I hope that through doing these shows, it's going to help you to understand and to open to the faith folk and the fairies a lot more, understand these creatures. So I'm going to start this off. But first, obviously, for anyone that's wondering, there's two categories of fairies. There's the trooping fairies and faith folk, and there's the solitary fairies and faith folk. Okay, now the trooping fairies are known to be the ones that are more open to human and working with human, but again, do not underestimate them and do not think that you're safe with every single type of them. Even in the light side, there are trickster fairies and ones that will try to play pranks and stuff on you, but they're not known to be malevolent and evil or bad. Okay, so the trooping fairies would be the ones that would work with you and be more comfortable with you and be open to you. Where with the solitary witches, which would be such ones as like banshees and goblins and things like that, and obviously some dark fae and fairy folk that do look human-like as well will be in these categories. All that are in the good and the light area, there are types that are like them, but in the darker realm. Now, obviously the solitary one are normally the fae that work on their own. They don't work with humans. They don't really work with the other types of fae either. They are the ones known to be more malevolent. They can be very nasty. They can attack. They can be very evil, but only if provoked and pushed. If you normally leave them alone and you get on with it and you're a decent human being or a decent spiritual practitioner, the darker side will not entertain you. They'll leave you alone and let you get on with what you're doing. It's only if you step out of line, or there's something in you that's not quite right and they don't trust you, and they maybe want to come into communication with you because of that and cause problems and havoc. Maybe you've done something to one of their realms or areas that they're in and they didn't like it. There can be lots of reasons to why they may come to you, but it is very rare to hear of this unless you do step out of line and or you are particularly a way that they're wanting to conflict to. So normally you see in the dark fae, if they go past you, they'll just leave you alone. Like I said, they won't do anything. The other ones in the light realm will be the ones that will work with you, communicate with you, and will be more open. But obviously just remember that they are very mysterious and very shy creatures, and they are still very wary of us humans due to the centuries of being here and seeing all of the things that we do to each other. Now, it's really important to understand that when we talk about the fairy realm and being connected to our realm, their realm is within our realm, but it's on the outside of it. So it's here and it's within our realms of our world, but it's in a different dimension. Okay, guys, which is why they can come from their realms to our realms very easily. So I'm just going to get into doing some of this educational stuff for you. I'm going to put up some very pretty pictures of the fae folk and the fairies and the different types. Some of them do not look human-like, but then you kind of get an understanding of what I'm saying about what they look like and how they're all very different. You can hear the word pixies, fairies, gnomes and all this, but there are hundreds of different types of them, and none of them look the same. They're all their own little groups in their own way, and there are hundreds and hundreds of them. So when you hear those categories and they talk about that, there are so many size, shapes, characteristics, and different features in these creatures. It's unbelievable. And some of them have slightly different names, but are associated with that group as well. So it's really important to understand that. And I'm just going to get into it because I am rabbiting on, but I think it is really important to do that. But before I do, I'm just going to say hello to my chat first because I know that my angels are in. Hello, Sister Drew. Safe journeys to you, my angel, and I am sending blessings and prayers to you at all times and praying you get home safely, which I know you will. So I just hope that you just relax, listen to the show, and if you get tired and that's this, you can go to sleep. You don't have to sit up because I'm on, but if you want to stay on, you can. Hello to my sister Drew, my beautiful angel. Then you got my sister Kim, old lady Sky. Hello, my sweetheart. Cat, my brother. Scott, my brother. Hope that you're healing and you're feeling well. And to anybody else that's watching, that's all what I'm seeing in the room at the moment. If anybody can just share out and let people know that I'm on, because I'm sure some of the sisters and that are not aware. I have sent the link over to certain people so they can watch. I'm not sure if there is only 3 people in the room, but YouTube goes up and down with the counts for some reason. So I just won't bother looking at that. But hello to everybody that's coming in. So we're going to spring up the pictures. You're getting there. Good, sweetheart. That's good to hear, brother Scott. So we're just going to have some pictures of all of these different sort of fairies and pixies and things like that, and the different characteristics of them going through the video. And I'm just going to start doing all of my information about them. So first, I'm just going to talk to you about the different courts that are known and associated with the fae folk. Now, I think it's really important that you guys understand this, so you know the different courts and what are associated with them, and it will just help you to get a little bit more of an understanding about them, and it just gives you that detail about what the courts and those realms are about. Obviously, as you know as well, in these sea light courts, there are the higher energy of fairies and pixies that rule over that colony, whether that is in the light realm or in the dark realm. Okay, so that's really important to understand. And now we'll first start talking to you about the Seelie Court. So Seelie is spelled Seelie, Seelie Court. Then you've got the Unseelie Court, which is obviously the same as Seelie, but you put the U and N before the Seelie. Okay, so it'd be very good to look into all these sort of things, because it will give you like the laws and all of that sort of stuff. So in Scottish folklore, fairies are divided into two courts, the Seelie Court and the Unseelie Court. Those courts are seen as opposing forces, like winter and summer. Fairies are designed as Seelie or Unseelie based on their behaviour towards humans, and whether they've fallen out of favour with the broader Seelie Court. The Seelie and the Unseelie, and I'm going to give you examples of the Scottish fairies from each category, okay, as well. So obviously the Seelie fairies are typically indifferent or good natured towards humans, while Unseelie fairies are typically malevolent. Some Unseelie fairies may have begun as members of the Seelie Court, but were exiled for their dishonourable behaviour within the court. Now, with the Seelie fairies and pixies and energies or fae folk, whatever you are coming into communication with, their attributes as the Seelie fairies are very important to know and understand as well. So obviously the Seelie would be indifferent, they would be kind, and they'd be mischievous, meaning intrigued and looking for things and into things, can play some little pranks and jokes on you, but they never normally mean anything bad to you. For the Unseelie courts, these fae and fairies are equipped with being malevolent, hostile, or even outright dangerous, depending on what you do. Okay, these guys will also normally be the sort of ones that will stay away from human civilizations unless given a reason not to. The Seelie fairies and court are associated with the seasons of spring and summer, where the Unseelie are the autumn and the winter, so all of the months in them categories. The individual relationship with the Seelie court is a positive favour with the Seelie court. And then obviously you've got the meaning of the Seelie court, which means happy, blessed, holy, and good, where the Unseelie means unblessed, unholy, and evil doing. Okay, so even though it's a very positive outcome to work with the Seelie court, it's not so good to do that with the Unseelie court. And it is believed that some of them are maybe fallen angels, or there may be energies and spirits that have been trapped and have changed. Sometimes it can be that a fairy has become evil due to something that maybe happened to them. There are so many reasons to why they do this. So the Seelie court is a group of fairies and other magical creatures who are good-natured to humans or unconcerned with them. Some Seelie may lend a hand with household chores or even perform arts of heroism, such as when the Gilly Dew saved the lost girl named Jessie from the woods. However, Seelie are not to be trifled with. If a human should offend or upset them, they won't hesitate to see retribution, meaning justice. In order to gain the favour of these magical and such beautiful creatures, It is believed that you should only ever use positive descriptions to describe them. One should always be mindful of their presence as they may be listening to your conversations. In southern Scotland, it is believed that fairies were said to be the most pleased with beings referred as sea lie white, which translates to blessed being. In the sense of term, sea lie was used to refer to fairies, not because they were inherited good, but rather to appease them and avoid their wrath. So examples of the sort of fairies and energies and things that you would see in a sea like core. You have Leorog, Jilly Dew, the Selkie, Peach, Wolva, the Gragorich, the Queen Eltham. There are also brownies and some forms of pixies, some forms of fae folk. Um, there are many different types of energies that are within the sea like court. And what you've got to remember, even though all of them are associated as being fairy and animals and other things that are associated there as well, which all have magical practices. This does also include mystical creatures like dragons and fair dragons, mermaids, unicorns. There are meant to be many different types of mystical creatures that are within the good side. And remember that these sort of creatures and energies are also associated in the unsea like court, but obviously go by different names and different characteristics. The sea life season, the sea life court governs the spring and summer seasons, during which their powers are at their strongest. Legend has it that sea life fairies are most likely to reveal themselves during summer twilight when they embark or magnificent procession across the land. Although they are less overly hostile than the wild hunters of the unsea like courts, their summary fairy raids can still be dangerous to humans who happen to cross their paths if you do not understand them and you're not invited. So where does the word sea lie come from? The word sea lie comes from the Old English word seal, which means happy or prosperous. It is thought that to be related to the Old Norse word ciel, which means also happy. The Proto-Germanic word was celis, is the root of both words. Unseelai is an antonym, a word opposite in meaning to the term above, derived from the Old English word unsealing. So now talking to you about the unseelai court. The unseelai court is made up of sinister and malicious fairies who have been exiled from the sealai court. They are said to be hostile towards humans and will intentionally seek to harm them if provoked, or even unprovoked. It is important to note that although some fairies are generally considered to be malevolent and the unseelai stuck as kelpies, such as kelpies, there are folk tales that suggest a more complex and modular abigus of these folk and these creatures. For example, one story tells of a kelpie who gave up his ruthless ways after falling in love with a human girl. Nevertheless, most legends advise us to be cautious and to stay away from this side, especially when it comes to the unseen life fae and fairies. As I said to you, they will normally leave you alone and just not entertain you because they don't like you and they don't want to associate with you and they don't trust you and they don't want you to be around them. So they will not entertain you unless there is good reason. Some of the examples of these sorts of energies that you will see within the Unseelie court and you do not want to be associated with are ones such as redcaps, kelpies, bogles, nucleaf, the slough and the wild hunt. In Scottish Highlands folklore, the slough are a group of unseen fairies, dark intentioned mythological creatures and unforgiving human souls. They are considered to be the darkest and most malevolent of all fairy kind. Around the winter solace, they would conduct a fearsome procession known as the Wild Hunt. This procession would form great storm clouds over the land, consisting of unseen fairies, fearsome riders on horses, and ghostly dogs. The sloughs would distraught humans, steal babies, and hunt the dying, taking them to the afterlife. The Unseelie season. The Unseelie court rules over the autumn and the winter seasons. Some members of the court, such as the Cailleach and the Bureau, were believed to have control over the weather, bringing storms, frost, and snow. In other cases, the Unseelie court was simply seen as a profession of the harsh winter weather, the, the cold, and the could have been deadly, and the snow and the ice, and makes it difficult to find food and other resources. So it was said that they would mess with the lands, they would make certain weathers, they would make it so that it was hard for humans to be able to encounter and get things that they need to be able to survive. Okay. The sea light are the ones that try to protect us, educate us, learn us, and help us to be on the right paths and to understand how to notice obviously their darker components of themselves. Okay. And the unseen light are here to mislead you, to take things away from you, and they just really do not like us humans for many different reasons. So it's very important that you understand both of these courts and just know that there are possibilities to be able to come over both of them at some point in your life if you're going to be working with the Fae. As long as you learn and know how to keep yourself protected and keep protective amulets and things on you, normally the unseen energies will stay away with you from you. One thing that may be good if it came to a point that they were trying to come into communication with you and you weren't wanting them there, because sometimes they can just link to you for no reason and there's nothing you've done wrong. They're just that sort of energy. You can use things such as iron and stuff like that, but I would not suggest you doing that near any of your good fae folk or in near your home or anything like that. If you are needing to get rid of these energies will normally follow you because they are trying to seek you and get you. So coming away from your property and home area where the good fae are as well will be a good suggestion to all of you. And then you could perform your ritual and use your iron to repel and to get rid of the negative energies. So this is some of the information on the Sea Light Court and the Unsea Light Court, the seasons, how they're most associated in our world, and when they are mostly going to be seen. So obviously, as it says, for the spring and the summer is for the sea light, and autumn and winter is for the unsea light, guys. So it's very important to know that there are many different types of fae. Some of them can only be out at certain seasons, and this is in both realms. And there are some that are around all year round. Okay, so there are many different types. You will normally find that things like the elemental fairies and stuff like that will be out around certain seasons and that because of things flourishing and growing. And this is the same on both sides of those courts, where at other times, the other fairies that look after the forests, the woods, gardens, things through the year, no matter how the season changes, will do their work as well. So there are many different types and they have many different jobs, not just looking after our treasured things that are on our world, but also having to look after other realms as well and looking after nature and habitats in them realms as too. Fae are connected to many places and work in many places, but their main homes are our self, our world, and their realm, which is known as the Shining Realm, Avalon. There are so many different names that I explained in my last videos last time, and more will come as the shows go on. So that was the sea liquor. I hope that you're understanding and getting what I'm saying so far. I'm just going to see what everyone is saying. Ah, sis. Yeah. Thank you for sharing out, my angels. So now we're going to get into the next part. So the next part I'm going to be talking to you about is got loads of different stuff in it. Okay, guys. So some of this is my views and some of it is the other people's. So what I'll do is when I'm coming to my bits, I'll say this is mine, and when I say it's that, I'll just say this is other people's views and stuff like that, so that you understand what I'm doing and what I'm saying. So part one is fairy and folk law and facts. Okay, so this is facts and laws about the fairy and fae folk, and it's also just some open facts and stuff that's come from me and what I believe as well. Okay, so the fairies have laws that come into existence a long time ago to do with keeping their realms safe. The rules of the fae are set of unspoken rules in the realm of the fae, known as Tir Na Nog. It is said us humans can become in greater danger if they break any of these rules while in the realm of the fairies and the fae. One thing never to say to a fairy is thank you. To them, this phrase is a token as you are in debit to them. By saying this, so instead just say something like, I'm grateful, I'm honoured, I'm touched, etc. You get my drift. Some say never, ever accept gifts from the fae. But if you know and trust them, and you have always been okay around a fairy friend, then a gift given to you for a sign of gratitude for helping the fairy, you can accept it. If it's food, you don't have to eat it. It just take the gift that they give you for the help and just expose with it later, but don't do it in front of the fairies, okay? Or give it to another energy or to your altars or things like that. You don't have to necessarily throw it away. You could give it to others. Obviously, if you know your fairy folk and your fairy friends really well and they've never misled you, they've never done anything wrong to you, and you know that you can trust them 100% because you've had things given to you from them in the past, then it's fine. But if you're not somebody that's been around your fae for very long and you don't really know your fae very, very well or your fairies very well, then I wouldn't recommend you taking any food or anything from them when you don't know them. You need to build that trust and see that you can trust in each other before doing that. So they never ever reject when they're giving you a gesture of kindness and love. Fae do not like being rejected, okay? So simply just take the offering Obviously not saying thank you, just say I am grateful for this gift, I am honoured for this gift. Take it, and as I said, you can either give it to your altar, give it to another energy, or you can give it back to nature if it's safe for animals. It's always important that anything that you're going to put out for your faith folk, or anything that they give you, that is safe for the environment and for animals as well, because the fae and fairies do not like animals and nature being disturbed. 9 times out of 10, the stuff that they give us is safe for animals anyway, whether it's a joke or a prank or not. Okay, but if they are good energies, they do intend to go for the food that you would eat anyway. So just make sure that any of the food that they give you, that you know you're okay to consume, or somebody else would be okay to consume, or your diet is consumed. Just make sure that there isn't anything in there that could be harmful to any outside nature if you do wish and plan to put any of that out. Hurting their feelings you don't want to do, okay? Because they can be very open and very loving to you if you are to them. But always be open and be wary when it's a random gift, maybe from a fairy you don't know well, okay? Because that could be them giving you a gift that's going to trick you or capture you or make them have control of you. There are many things that fairies and fae folk can do, okay? And not all of them are there to be helpful to you. Some of them will play pranks on you and do many things. So always be very careful when you're being handed gifts from folk that you do not know. Only accept it from the ones that you do work with and you have a close connection with. And again, you don't have to eat it. I personally, when I get given fairy food, I don't eat it. I only ever ate it once, and that was when I was a little girl. And that was a bit of cake that I'd broke off, and I'd gave both parts to the fae, and they gave me one part back. And nothing happened to me. And I don't think that it would if you're a decent and a kind person, because they'll be the same to you. But there are still those worries there, and nobody fully knows what the fairies and the fae are like, even if you're in communication with them. So you do have to be really careful. And obviously, if you're somebody that's very untrusting and you're not very trusting of them, then that's another very good reason to not eat or take any sort of gift in that way. The best thing to do, as I said, is either to destroy the gift or give it back to nature or give it to your altars or, your deities and stuff. Because then you're still showing appreciation and gratitude to the faith folk and you're not upsetting them, but you're just keeping yourself safe at the same time. Obviously, as time goes on and you get to know your faith folk, this might change because you'll know that you can trust them. I will make foods and give the fae some of my food and stuff, and I will put some of their energies and their magical purposes into the food that I'm making. So I am eating fairy food, but it's fairy food that I've made myself and I give to them as well. So really it is kind of a gift from each to each other, because it's obviously from knowledge of them that I make this. So in that way it's different as well, because you're making it and you're giving it to them. You're kind of accepting and being respectful to the realm, but you're not accepting it necessarily from them, because it's knowledge that they have given you through your education and stuff. Never ever verbally thank a fae folk or a fairy for anything either. They find that very insulting. And again, it's like being in debit or you being in debit to them, okay? And they don't like that. So just saying simple things like I am grateful, um, I am honoured, again. Things like that, just to show your gratitude, is great. Okay. Now, in all fairness, I have been working with my faith for years and years and years, and every now and again I do slip up and say thank you by accident. And they are not offended by it because they know. But it is very important to try not to do it when you're associating with the energies of the faith that you don't know so well. There may be energies that they bring to you to know. Don't go saying thank you and sorry and stuff like that to them, okay? Because they could be higher energy. They don't know your energy well enough to accept you being like that. So it is really important to try to remember to not say thank you and say sorry to every single FAFO that you come into communication with. Your ones yourself that you work with, in the end, do sometimes open to it and get used to you doing that every now and again. Like I said, I mix up sometimes and I'll say thank you. and stuff like that, because it's just something I naturally do. But my fae folk have got to know me, and my fae folk know that I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, and they know that I don't mean it as in they're in a debit to me or I'm in a debit to them. It's just me showing my gratitude, and I've explained that since I was little, because I always used to say thank you and sorry and stuff to them when I was little. And as I grew up, they explained to me why you shouldn't say that. And me being me, I still would do that at times. So they got used to me doing it, but it doesn't mean that your fairies are going to be all right with you doing it. So try not to. Obviously, another one that they say to do as well is not to take it, not to take food from fairies in your dream. Now, I say that completely no to anything to do with dreams. Okay, even if it's your own fairies showing in your dream, just to be 100% safe, do not ever take food in a dream. It's the most easiest way to get trapped and to get fooled by the fae. Okay, so in no shape or form in your dream when you're there should you be seeing yourself taking food. You stop yourself from taking the food, because it can, they say, make you be trapped and stuck in their realm. Now, some of you would not return, some of you will, but you'll be completely changed, will not like human food, things like that. This stuff I do take really seriously, because I know how powerful they are, and I know that they can do weird things with their food, okay? And I know that how much and in detail their realms are like, and I have seen and heard how strict their rules are. So that part of it I would never cross, okay? And just be wise. Obviously, never lie to the fae, because the fae are 10 times ahead of you. They can see a lie coming before it even happens, before you even open your mouth. They know when you're not being honest. They're very good at picking up on that energy of you. They know you before you know yourself, and before you know what you're going to say to them. Okay, so when you're going to the fae, be very open, honest, very truthful. They will be aware of your past and things that you may have done. They will know and be aware of your changes. They may know that you're just somebody that's been decent and always connected from the beginning. Okay, they will know these things about you. So it's very important to not try to sugarcoat things and try and make yourself look really great. Just be you. They already know you. So do not lie to them, because you will not succeed. And that is one way to get them very upset and very angry. Always keep your word when dealing with the Fae as well. The Fae hate cheats, or those who cannot keep their word. That is not of the Fae. So never let them down. Making promises. If you promise that you're going to give them a fairy home, give them a fairy home. If you have promised that you will put offerings out 3 times a week, or 3 times, 7 or 8 times a month, make sure you do that. Do not ever go back on your word when you talk to your fae and you do things. The fae are not like your spiritual energies and your guides, okay? You cannot sit there and say you're going to do something to them and then decide to do it the next day. When you say you're going to do something for them, you do that, okay? And you always put offerings out as respect as well, okay? So I'm just telling you, because it's so important to understand this, guys. They don't like anything like that. They don't like being owed things. They don't like having any sort of debit. And, you know, they have got ways of trying to come to us. But if you give them payment, like money and things for what they're doing, then they can't actually do anything to you, because you're actually paying for what they're trying to do or give you. So the Fae will not retaliate to that, and they will not be able to react in the way they would in their rules and their kingdom then, because you've made payment, you have made it right, okay? And they're very, really strong and very hard on that sort of stuff. If you make payment and you illustrate that respect to that, they will not go back on that, despite how their feelings or anything might be going at that time. Another thing you need to know about the Fae, even though they live in nature and in natural habitats, okay, they are very clean creatures. They do not like dirt. They do not like dirty water. That's why I say it's very important to at least change your water that you give to the fae twice a day. They do not like starched water that's got warm, and they do not like dirty water that's got anything in it as well. So always make sure you give them fresh water and make sure that the dish or the bowl or whatever you're putting in it is clean. They do not like anything like that. In Tir Nog, one should never dump dirty water outside without warning any fae, visible or otherwise, or even to move. This could save your life, they say, but I wouldn't take it to that extent, but it will save you from having really peed off fae folk, okay? Or just save you from mischief, okay? Again, this is the views of others. And I know fresh water every day is very important, and that they don't like dirty water. But I have never witnessed anything bad happen. But then I've never stepped out of line to find out, guys, okay? So just take these notes as a reminder. Fae like to be clean and hate mess and dirt, okay? So just make sure that their areas are always clean, that you make sure that their fairy doors always look sparkly clean, and that go out and just wipe down the door, fairy doors, wipe over the fairy houses to make sure they're clean and sparkly. They don't like any dirt, okay? So it's very important to keep that area clean. Any dead flowers, cut the dead flowers off. They don't like anything decaying when they're of the light, okay? So you move it, put it into your compost area, whatever. Do not just throw it away. Explain to them that you're going to be cutting the flowers that have died and you're going to be composting them, and give them plenty of notice before you do that, or cut grass or do anything. They do not like being disturbed, and they do not like unexpected surprises that come from the human world, such as cutting grass without letting them know and scaring the hell out of them. So it's very important that you do that. They are very particular creatures, and they can give you wrath if you pee them off. I'm telling you, I know. I've a couple of times decided to start cutting my garden without saying anything to them, and I got a bit of a bee in the ear sort of thing because I didn't say. Over the years, I've got used and learned how to not pee them off. And obviously, having so many years of it now, I do it just naturally, and I know what to not do and what to do, which is why I'm educating you. So another thing about the fae as well, and especially if you're people that are going to be going into working with them and things like that, do not brag about the fae or your interaction with them, okay? Never brag about any interaction that you may have with them unless gave consent by them. If you haven't had consent or ain't worked with them long, then this rule stands for you very strongly. A good example of this is the brownie. The fae like privacy and secrets. If you can't honour either of those, you are likely to feel the fairy's wrath big time. So things you never do is speak about the fairy folk. If you're somebody just coming into communication with them, you're just being educated, you're just being taught, you're just being learnt about them, okay? I'm not talking about in 3-4 months' time, go down there and start doing all this stuff and start talking about them. No, it takes a very long time for them to accept you to talk about them. It's okay to educate about the fae, but talking about your personal references and things that you've learned from them is not something you should be doing because you've not been working with them long enough to do that. This normally takes quite a few years, okay, and dedication. It can happen sooner, but you've really got to be somebody that really dedicates to your work. And there's something that they see a great pride in for them to allow that. And it's the same with showing things about them or them showing up in pictures and videos. You have really got to have built trust with them and worked with them unconditionally for years to get to that point like I have, okay? And that's why I can sit here and do this education with you, because I've been instructed that I'm okay to do so and that they want me to educate you guys about them. My education is in no form putting them at risk. It's just learning you on how to respect them and how to be with them so that you remain safe and they remain safe. So don't speak out loud about them. Don't brag about them. Don't brag about how they bless you or anything like that, because it's not something you do, and it's not something the Fae like, unless you're told different. So just respect that. Believe me, guys, if you do not want anything to go wrong in your relationships, you'll listen to what I'm saying about this. Most definitely. Never ever spy on them or catch them in their likeness, which means in their elements and in their moments, without their permission as well. Okay? This is considered highly rude, even taboo, to our fae folk and our fairies. They hate it. So make sure you are okay to do before attempting, as it will not end good for you or your fae relationship. Okay? Another very important thing to do is to never give the fairy or the fae your real name, your birth name, full or otherwise. Anyone who knows of the Atham Rahayon or the elven naming ritual knows that names are powerful seals and hold power, which they do, okay? And especially to the fae. If a fae asks us humans for our name and we say it, then you're giving them the power to have control over you. The best thing to do in this situation is give them names that you're not lying about, but associate to something that you're interested in or you like. You may have some fairy folk that have got very close to you and they give you a name. Okay. Some of you already have fairy names because you already associate with them. So when talking to them, you would give that name. You do not give them your real name. Now, people may sit here and think, well, hang on a minute. What about when other people shout at us and call our names, and when we're on other shows and we're doing other things and we're using our names? Ain't they going to be hearing that? There are certain things that the Fae cannot channel into. When we are not directly in communication with them and we're not linking to their energy and their power, they cannot come into what we're talking about or what we're doing. So they're not going to be hearing your name in that way. Okay. Only if you're directly communicating with them and they're illustrating to you that they're wanting your name. If you give it, then it becomes a really big problem. Okay. So don't give your real name, your birth name to them at all. Give them a name that they might have gave you, or a name that is not a lie, but associates to maybe something that you're connected to spiritually. You may have a spiritual name that you work with. Like I have Willow, which comes from my fae and from my spirit energies. But my fae folk don't just call me Willow, they call me Ivy Willow. So I'm Ivy Willow with the fae, and I am Willow with my witch and my shaman faith, and obviously Red Wolf. Okay. So for the fae, I would either say Ivy Willow, which is what I normally go by to them, or I will say Willow, because Willow is my spiritual name. It's not my birth and my official name that gives power, it's a spiritual name. Okay, so only ever do that. And it's the same with the fae. They will not give you their real names unless they have built a relationship with you for many, many years and they've come to trust you. Then maybe they will reveal it, but it's very rare. And normally they would have a name that they go by to associate with you, and so that you can talk to them, and so that both yourself and them are not putting each other at risk by knowing each other's real name. But as I said, if you do build a relationship with them and you become very trusting and you've never stepped out of line and they feel very dedicated to you, sometimes they will reveal that name, but never speak their name to anyone. Never. Just as Ivy Willow. Ivy Willow is part of my fairy name. I have other elements to my fairy name, but they cannot be revealed because it will then jeopardize the energy and the power of my fairy realm. So I go by Ivy Willow, even though there are other areas to it. And it's the same as Sister Drew's one. She's Autumn Rose, but there are other illustration and name points in her name as well. But this is not revealed because it will put the realm at risk. Okay, even though we are now human and in this realm, we still very much have a connection and an opening to that realm as well. And we have to respect the fairy rule, okay? So the best thing to do in this situation is to give them a fairy a made-up name or a nickname, okay? However, if the human knows their name and says it, that can possibly bind the fae in service to them, or may make the fae leave them alone. So you can use your name for other reasons, like to get rid of them, but I just wouldn't, guys. Seriously, like I'm telling you, just don't. It's also said to never accept food and drink they give you. Eating fae food or drink, which is normally enchanted, will do what one or both of two things. First, assuming that a person is in the realm of the fae, Tia Nog, then eating their food or drink will bind the person to the world and force them to stay there. The second is eating their food will make a human no longer hunger for human food, which means that the person starve will both starve unless they are taken care of by the Fae and never able to return to the normal life. If you know the fairies well and know you can trust them, then if a gift is given to you, then it's up to you if you take that. As I explained earlier, you know, receiving gifts and stuff is very bad to like dismiss when a fairy is trying to give you a gift, but you don't have to consume it. You can give it to other things, as I've explained in this video, okay? But if you're somebody that's new and you don't know your fae folk very well, do not eat their food and do not eat their drink, okay? It's okay to make food and drink for them and have some of that food, but do not take it directly from them. Another thing that is not good and not liked by the fae is iron. Don't carry iron on you unless you want them to avoid you. Iron is dangerous to the fae, so use wisely and away from fairies of the light realm. Another thing is never to stand in a fairy ring. Fairy rings are the rings of mushrooms and other items like trees, daisies, stones, mushrooms, many things growing. Growing things around trees in a circle, stones going round a tree. These are all signs of fairy circles and stuff, okay? And sometimes where there's trees died and mushrooms start growing as well, that is something to do with the fae as well. So do not disturb those places, okay? These magical rings are portals that are highly powerful and the Fae have created to cross into their realm and our realm. This is the realm of Tia Nog, also known as the Shining Realm, Avalon, the Sparkling Realm. There are so many names for this place, okay? But like I said, there are many areas to it as well, and different countries and civilizations. So every word for that place is going to be different. So in my opinion, standing in one of them is a rather stupid idea, I'd say. All right, guys, even if the person is not teleported, okay, because taking that risk to go into a fairy ring, why would you want to be silly enough to find out? For me, for instance, I've known them for years, okay, and I've gone to their realms. I've been took through my dreams. I've been took through going to certain areas of the trees and stuff where I know that the portals are. But have I ever physically stepped into a fairy ring? No, I have not. I've sat on the outside of a fairy ring. I've run a fairy ring 9 times to see my darlings dancing. And I've been instructed that I was okay to do that before I'd done it. Do not just go running 9 times round a ring expecting to see your fairies. You don't know them that well. They will illustrate to you when your time like that comes. I'm just saying I'm able to do those things, but that's all I would do. Is sit on the outside is what I normally do, not run around the ring 9 times. I only do that on special seasons. But all the rest of the time, I just sit on the outside. I'll place food inside their ring for them. But will I physically go into it? No. Out of respect. And there are just some little myths that I do believe in. You know, because if you do stand in there, it is said that you can get taken and you can get teleported to their realm. And some of you do not return and some of you will, but you will not be the same. Okay, so this is why I'm saying about be very careful. Okay. And their realm and time is completely different to us. Time does not go the same as it does with us. Okay. So where for us it would probably only feel like hours, over there it could be centuries. So if you was to come back, lots of your family may not even be here anymore. This is things that are said to be happen if you go into the fairy realm uninvited and things like that. If you do accidentally do that, like 9 times out of 10, okay, the Fae are really open and really caring. If you're going along and you've had a fall or you've done something and had an accident and you've landed in a ring, they're not going to kill you or hurt you or anything like some people say. They are normally quite understanding and would have realised that you had an accident, you didn't mean to do that. But if you are somebody doing it on purpose and you know what they're meant to be, you have no understanding about them and you're doing it in a disrespectful way, don't expect a nice action back from them. Believe me. In their realm, their time moves a lot slower than us. So, for instance, an equivalent, okay, to us, our year is 10 years fairy. Okay, so our 1 year in life, we've just been born and we've reached a year old. A fairy at a year old would be 10 in the fairy realm. Okay, so if you've got somebody in the fairy realm that is like 18 years old, then they're 180 years old. Okay, they have reached maturity in the fairy realm as well. Once you get over 70 to 100 years old, you become a mature adult. This is what I mean by that they age and they're different to us. They age slower. They never really look very old. Their time moves a lot more slower. Their ages are different to us. So when we're 1 years old, in our realm they would be 1, but in their realm they would be 10. Okay, so for instance, my beautiful Primrose and my beautiful Liara are both 18 and both of the same family place that they come from. They are both sisters, the same as Clara. Okay, they're all sisters, but they've all been spread around the continent. They were born in different areas. Okay, but they're all sisters and they're all from the same colony. The love between fair folk and that and us as humans are completely different. And from my instance, a female and a male fairy can be pregnant as well. Okay, a fairy female will have 2 periods a year, and she is known to be able to have 2 births a year because she has many babies at those times. But the main time is normally once a year she will be pregnant because it can be very hard and very straining on the body. But some of them, depending on the characteristics and where they are in their board and in their realm, they can have up to 2 pregnancies a year. And they don't have 1 baby, they can have about 50 babies. The guys intend to have a lot less babies, but are said to be able to carry as well. So be careful of the men as well. So obviously, yeah, like I said to you, when you don't try not to go into the rings and end up in there, because you will get if you're given their food and you eat their food and stuff while you're there, because you're obviously been captured there, you're not going to be able to live in the human world again. Many years could have passed by, and you will have no taste for human food anymore. It just won't taste the same. So in the end, you would end up dying from hunger and stuff. Okay, so it's really important to understand that, and just understand to respect the phase areas like their fairy mounds, fairy rings, fairy ports. anything that they associate with. Be very respectful and very mindful of that. They are very powerful and can be very dangerous if you provoke them in the wrong way. So I'm just giving you advice. Another thing to do is never be rude to the Fae. Always be respectful and polite. Being rude and selfish are frowned upon by the Fae folk and the fairy realm. It is critical to meet their standards while in their presence. Punishment can result of not working with the Fae no more and not being trusted, and you can have your abilities that are linked to the Fae removed, and worst cases is being attacked if you've done something that is very bad. So just stay on the good side of the fairy folk. Hang on a minute, guys. Just trying to find my area. I've lost it. Yeah, so never be rude to them. Just stay on the good side of them and be respectful, be honourable, learn, educate about them, and learn about the different ways of the Fae in your countries, because every fairy and Fae folk in your country is going to be different. For instance, obviously, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England are all meant to be one country, but we have been slightly divided because of the beliefs. So our laws in each of our country are slightly different when it comes to our Fae land. Even though most of the stuff is similar, there are things that are different, and it's going to be no different for any other country as well. What we're learning and educating you is not how it's going to be in your country. Your fairies may have things that they like that we don't like here, and they may work differently, act differently. So that is why it is very important to educate yourself about them. There are hundreds and thousands of different types of Fae, and all associated and linked to different places. So it's very important that you do your education. They don't want to do anything bad to any human, the light side, okay? So they don't want to have to be put into that situation. So just make sure that you don't have to put them in that situation, because 9 times out of 10 they just want to be able to work with us and live alongside us. We're all linked. So just be respectful, you know. All of the Fae love honey. This is a well-known thing. So if you find yourself in trouble with the Fae, then putting things like honey out would be a really good thing for an offering, maybe with some bread or some cream, things like that, little shiny presents as well, just to show them that that you are sorry for what you've done, but don't say sorry again. Just say that I give this and I give you my love and my respect, and I do not like that I upset you, and I want to put this right, and stuff like that. Say it in a different way. And just remember to never step out of line with them again. You will learn each time you upset a fairy anyway, or a fae folk. So remember that even though in this I explain I've not experienced some things said by others, but this means it doesn't mean that it ain't true. So it will be wise to take notes to learn from when wanting to connect with the fairies and the fae. But as for the death part, I've never witnessed any fairy be killed. But I know that they are far more powerful than us. So I say you don't want to find out. The death view views are more known in the darker Fey realm. But again, I have never witnessed death, and I don't see everything. Not all in their realms are for our eyes to see. So again, don't upset and cross the fairy in a bad way. Be respectful, abide by their rules, and be good, and you'll be just fine. Okay. And as I said, I've worked and known the Fae since I was a little girl, and I have never had a bad experience. So, in my opinion, just be true and be you, and be honest and good to the Fae and to the fairies and all things they love and protect, and you'll just be just fine, guys. Okay. So, just always remember to keep your morals in place. Okay. The problem is with our world, so many people have forgot to be respectful and be good people. Okay, and this causes a problem in our own world. So you can imagine what it causes in a realm that is more calm, peaceful, and more open and loving than what our realm is. Okay, so it's very important that if you are going to be working with these amazing creatures, that you do your research and your studying, and you learn and practice how to work with them. As I said to you in a previous thing, the first time that to get into communicate with your fae is actually inviting them into your garden, maybe when you're sitting there having a nice drink and a bit of cake or a biscuit, and invite them and just talk to them. Don't say to them that you want to work with them now. Just say that in the future I wish to work with you, and I'm asking you to come forward so I can get close to your energy and get to know you. Once I have, I will invite you to be part of my life and part of my practice, and I will set you up a place so that you can come and go. This could be you put some fairy doors around your garden and around your home area. It could be that you put some fairy houses out. It's whatever you decide to do for them. But just remember that if you are wanting to work with fairies, you do have to make an effort with them, and you do have to give them somewhere to stay, or at least give them a fairy door. And you do need to understand their rules and their ways. Okay, guys, it's so important. If they're going to help you and love you and respect you, you do the same back to them. They are truly amazing creatures, and I have never had bad experiences with them, and I absolutely adore and love working with them. But I know, even in myself, I would never cross the line to find out, because I do know what they're like, and I have been told things by them that they can be like, but these are not things that I can discuss with you guys. And these are not things that are really known or brought out. So just be good. So do you know who the fairies and the fae folk are? Do you know who they are? These mythical creatures have captured us humans' imaginations for many centuries. They appear in many folklore traditions. They can be found in books. There's lots of content of these beings all over the media. The Fae are often described as small winged creatures with magical powers. But did you know there are so many different types of fairy and fae folk in our world? As I've already clarified to you as well, is the next part that I'm going to say to you is the term of the fae. So the term fae is commonly used to refer to magical winged creatures with pointed ears known as fairies. However, the term can also be used more openly to refer to any type of creature associated with the fairy and the fae folk. For in many various cultures and traditions, for example, fae can also be used more openly to describe supernatural beings with magical powers and a connection to nature and all things of the natural world. Okay, so this is what you got to remember. It doesn't just fall in the category of little humanoid people. The elementals and nature spirits, and any sort of energy that's linked to nature is associated and part of the fairy realm and the fae realm. Okay. One of the most well-known types of fae is the fair is the fairy. Fairies are often described as small, delicate creatures with wings, known for their mischievous behavior and love for nature. However, fairies can also be powerful and dangerous, capable of granting wishes or cursing those who cross them. It is said by many. I say to make your own choice about fairies and fae. Doing research and learning about these amazing beings will help you to better understand them. As I've always said, don't judge a book by its cover till you have experienced, and I stand by what I am saying strongly. Another type of fairy is the elf. Elves are often portrayed as tall, slender beings with pointed ears and love for music and art. They are known for their wisdom and magical abilities, and are often associated with the forests or other natural settings. Some elves are also said to have malicious streaks. Much like fairies, they can be both the sea-like court and the unsea-like court. Here is some information of courts and different types of fairy and fae. So let's dive deeper and let's take a look. The sea-like court and their beliefs. The sea-like court, also known as the blessed court, is one of the two major courts of the fairy and fae. It is said that the sea-like court is composed of fairies who are known for their love and beauty and their kindness towards humans. They work with nature and all things of the natural world. They seek friendship with spiritual people who have an understanding and love for the natural world. Their realm is full of light and colour and is a stunning and pleasant place to all who respect their court and realm. But always remember that the fairies and the fae can quickly change character if upset and disrespected. So stay on their good side. This magical realm and court, like us, don't believe in harming or doing bad, but if they are disrespected, they can change. That's no different to us humans, I'd say. But I'd rather feel the wrath of another human than feel the wrath of a fairy or a fae friend. These beings will help you to understand the natural world and how to connect. They can help you as a magical practitioner in magic. They can also be very loyal companions if you're willing to get to know them and learn things from them. They can change your life and your spirituality for the better. They are truly amazing little people to work with, but you need to get to know them and to know that for yourself. Fairies connected to forests and our realm are pixies. Pixies are one of the most well-known members of the sea-like court. They are small winged fairies that are known for their mischievous nature. Pixies are often described as playful tricksters who are known to sometimes play pranks on us humans, but never meant in a bad way. They are also known for their love of music, and it is said that they are often heard singing and playing instruments in the woods. They are lovers of nature and animals and can form a bond and love for their loyal human friend. They love magic, so will help spiritual practitioners with magic practices and help in magic to do with nature, animals, and us humans who are seen worthy of their help. Their playfulness can bring joy to you and your home and your magical practices. Pixies can be seen dressed or undressed in their presence. They expect promises to be kept and are known to take shiny things and their take from you if you break a promise and don't give back to them. They can take something from you just to bring that honor back to them. Pixies are also very well known to look after the gardens and anything to do with nature as well. So if you've got gardens, pixies will most definitely help you to grow your gardens and stuff as well. They're absolutely beautiful. Then you've got our sprites. Sprites are another member of the sea life court. They are small, delicate fairies that are known for their beauty and grace. Sprites are often described as shy and quiet, and they are said to be very protective of nature. They are also known for their ability to control the weather, and it is said that they can bring rain or sunshine depending on their mood. These types of fae and fairies are good with magic to do with nature and to do with the elements, and they can become very protective of their loyal human friend. They have connections with They love nature and animals, and they love to help with garden, health, and growth. They will also give you knowledge and wisdom, just as the pixies, because they all are very ancient energies and very much know a lot about nature. They will all give you education and give you creation and artistic points and things. They can help you in journaling and writing. They can do many good things that all of the good fairies can. The Sliths are the most ephemeral members of the sea life court. They are tall, slender fairies that are known for their ability to fly. Sliths are often described as wise and mysterious, and they are said to have the power to control wind. They are also known for their love of music, and it is said that they are often heard singing hauntingly beautiful songs in the forests. These fairies and fae are amazing to work with and to learn and gain wisdom of nature and the natural world, and they can learn you magical and secret ways of nature, even down to learning you to hear, to feel, and to see things of the natural world. These beings are also loyal to their spiritual human friends they have a connection with. It's also the same with your druids as well. Druids or Druids are really good fae folk to start out with communicating with. They have no malicious streak in them. Them two that I've just said to you, they are very good to first start connecting with. Most of them will look very humanoid and will look very pixie and fairy looking, but there are a few of them that don't look like that and look a bit different. But they are beautiful, beautiful little creatures. And if you are somebody just starting out and wanting to learn and understand and have a fairy energy that will help you to learn, then druids and draids, and obviously the Sliths are really good ones to work with. Pixies are okay, but they're a little bit more, so you need to be careful. And you really like pixies, the ones that you work with when you understand them a little bit more. If you're somebody that's already got them in your life and they're already around you, that's normally for a very good reason, and normally because you've got more of a connection to their realm and them than you know. So it's different for everybody, guys, but most people just coming into it. Draids and druids are really good to be the ones to first start out with. The next one is brownies, also known as house fairies. Brownies are small little fairies said to have tanned complexion that feels rather leathery, or they can look like they're wood. They are said to be the cousins of leprechauns. They can be dressed in rags or have no clothes at all. They are known to be out more at night and love to help humans with house chores and any little odd jobs. They are very loyal and very jolly, but can be tricksters and do love to move things around your home. Humans who are not spiritually open will not see these creatures, but the spiritual people that are within the home or the place that they help may be able to see them, but this again can be very rare. But it's rare because they like to be hid and they don't like to really be seen very much, and they certainly don't like to be watched when they're doing cleaning and doing things like that. They will inspire you to do cleaning yourself and keep things tidy. They can help you with creativity and other things as well. They are a pretty jolly energy, but they are very fast at turning angry if you upset them. I will warn you about that. The one thing that's really important about having the brownies as well is always making them feel at home in your home. So having a little secret area or spot where you can put a nice little cute quilt and a little pillar and just some nice little shiny things and stuff will be a perfect little spot for a brownie. But make sure that it's hid well so he can't be seen or she can't be seen. And if you do that and you make a brownie, and welcoming them. There are hundreds and thousands of different types of fairies and fae, and even though some may be of the same groups of species, they all look very different, act different, come in all shapes and sizes. For instance, the fairy, known as the brownie, does not just have one look. For their breed, there are many, and this goes for all fairies. In my opinion, the Sea Life Court is the home of some of the most amazing and most beautiful fairies in the world. The pixies, sprites, sloths, and a few other mentioned are just a few of the many members of the court, each with their unique abilities and personalities, and all are amazing to have in our lives. You just have to be open to them and their help and to their wisdom, and you must welcome them into your life first and make them part of your life on a special and personal level. Remember, do not cross these magical beings and always show them honor, love, and respect at all times. Be willing to learn of their ways and beliefs and laws before truly engaging with them. And this is for any type of fae. Now moving into the Unseelie Court. This court is a group of fairies that are considered to be the darker and more malevolent counterparts of the Sea Life Court. They are known for their mischievous and often cruel behaviours towards humans and other fairies alike. So they don't just attack us, they attack other fairies and other energies as well. They don't like and trust humans and like us to keep away from them. If they take interest in you, it's not for a good reason. You shouldn't work with these types of fairies or fae folk. They can be very dangerous and can try to fool humans and take control of us. Their realm, again, is powerful and rules stand strong in their realm and their court, and you should never want to visit this realm. You can be caught and kidnapped and made to work and entertain them, never to be released. In some cases, it is said even death can occur with these types of creatures of this court. So legend says. But in my opinion, I've never seen this happen myself. But again, you cannot be completely sure. Okay. So some of the energies that are known in the realm of the Unseelie and the realm that you do not want to be associated with are redcaps. Redcaps are one of the most feared members of the Unseelie court. They are known for their violent tendencies and their love for bloodshed. Redcaps are often described wearing a red cap that is stained with the blood of their victim. They are said to be able to move incredibly fast and are even known for their strength and agility. They can be meat eaters and they love to conflict pain. And it is said they can cause death of the victims, whether you're human or you're fairy or fae of the good side. They will trick you and mislead you to get what they want. Hope you're finding this interesting, my angels. Just let me see what you guys are talking about. Thank you, my sister. I'm really glad that you're finding it informative and that it's helping you to understand a little bit more. So let's get back to it. So the next ones are the boggarts. Boggarts are a mischievous fairy that are known for their love of pranks and their ability to shapeshift. They are often described as small, mischievous creatures that enjoy causing chaos and confusion. Boggarts are said to be able to change their shape into anything they desire, making them difficult to catch or control. And they don't like humans and will trick or hurt you if you get too close. And they can make things in your life go wrong as well and bring you bad luck and stuff like that. This is normally the sort of things that they're like. Really? Oh, bless you. Well, you can be many energies, old lady Sky, to be quite honest. Many, many energies. Another one that we would come to know as probably being a spirit more than anything, but believe it or not, and it's very true, okay, the banshee is actually a form of fairy, okay, that can form in the illustration of a very beautiful young girl screaming, or an old woman, or even a witchy looking sort of hag woman. Okay, they can form in many different sort of varieties, and normally they are the omen of death, not meaning the death of you, but sometimes they can be heard just giving a warning of death in your town or your place. Okay, so the banshees are fairies that are known for their ability to predict death and their eerie wailing cries. They are often described as ghostly figures that appear in warm human to warn humans of doom and bad things to come. Banshees are said to be able to appear in various forms, including that of a beautiful woman or a terrifying hag. It is said if you look in the eyes and see, and if you look in their eyes and they see you back, it means you die. But this is just another legend. But if you hear them cry or anything like that, this is most definitely a sign of like a death gonna happen. These energies can be seen and heard in woods, churchyards, and even can be heard and seen around areas where you live. Never contact these dangerous and scary fairies and fey beings. If they are meant to show, they'll show in their own way. The Unseelie Court is a group of fairies that should not be approached without caution. They're unpredictable and often malevolent behavoured, which makes them a dangerous group to interact with. They can bring harm, curses, illness, and even death is mentioned. So I'd not advise you to get close to these energies and respect their space and area of habitat. Most of these fae and fairy folk will stay away and leave you alone. Reasons to try to the reasons for them to try to connect to you is if they take a disliking to you or sense that you have a purpose to them, or to punish you if you've stepped out of line. They may be of the dark, but their realms are important to them. If it's disrespected, these types do attack. So all I can say is to stay away from these energies. Again, be respectful to them as well, and to any place that they live in, and just stay away, okay, guys, because they're not really ones to get close to. Obviously, I gave you a couple of equivalents of like the different energies and stuff that are associated in them realms. There are so many more, guys. They are not the only ones. So these are the energies now that I'm going to talk to you about that are known to be either in the light realm or the dark realm. Okay, so they can be both. Okay, so you've got your elementals. They can not either be good or they can be bad. Right, elementals are fae that are closely associated with the four elements of nature: earth, air, fire, and water. They are believed to be the guardians of these elements and are known to possess great powers related to their protective elements. You can have good and bad in these types of fairy and fae beings. So always be sure to know which type you're connecting with. Overall, elementals are an important part of the fae world and are believed to play a critical role in maintaining and the balance of nature and its natural world. They work in our realm and in their realms. If you are lucky to have a great bond with an elemental known to be good, you'll be looked after and protected very well, and you'll learn a lot from these amazing beings. Again, there are good types and there are bad types, okay, guys? So stay well away from the bad ones and be aware of just the good ones. Normally, when you're in communication with fairy and fae folk of the light, they will show you the energies that are okay to communicate and to work with. You will come to learn about this, and you'll learn by picking up on how you feel around energies when they come into play with you. Okay, so do not panic. The other one that can also be known to be malevolent or be good are gnomes. Gnomes are earth elementals and are known for their connection to the earth and its energies. They are often depicted as small, stout creatures with the love of gardening and mining. Gnomes are known to be hardworking and loyal, and they are said to possess great knowledge of the earth's secrets. They are also known for their ability to manipulate the earth and create illusion. They can be good or bad, so be sure to know who you're contacting again with the with first when it comes to connect to these creatures. So again, doing your research, feeling how you feel when you're around these energies is great because again, gnomes can be both good and bad. Okay, so even though in a lot of things they're described as being really negative, they're not, because I have come into illustration and connection with a couple of little gnomes in the fairy realm. I've seen them and they're not mischievous at all, but there are quite a lot of them that are not good. Okay, so they are associated more to the darker side, but there are still some that are in the good side. The other ones are the undines. The undines are water elementals and are associated with the element of water. They are often depicted as beautiful, ethereal creatures with a love of water. Undines are also known for their ability to control and manipulate water, and they are said to be able to communicate with aquatic creatures. They are also believed to have healing powers and are often associated with the concept of purification. Now, some of them are very beautiful, very kind, very open. They love the water element. They're very like mermaids, but they do not have tails, okay? They just are a form of creature that looks a lot like a woman in a lot of their illustrations that they show themselves as, and they just go in the water. But there are also the darker tales of the darker side of them as well, where they pull men to their deaths and things like that, and the men pull the women to the death. But again, there's a good and bad side to all of them. Okay, so they are just a few of the energies that you would class as good or bad. Okay, so now we're going to go into some this is another one. So the salamanders. Now the salamanders, okay, have been described as being really evil and really bad energies, but they're not. They are simply a fairy that is associated with fire. Okay, so they are known as salamanders. Now they can come in the form of a lizard, or they can turn into the form of just a normal fairy or pixie looking being. Okay, or they can look a bit like a creature sort of fae, having a humanoid body but having completely different distinction and features to what a human would. Okay, they can come in many forms and obviously would give off the flame of fire. So they can be good and bad. Salamanders are known a lot to be more in the darker realms, but there are some that are for the light realm as well. Some salamanders are a fire elemental and are associated with the elements of fire. They are often depicted as small lizard-like creatures with a fairy temperament. Salamanders are known for their abilities to control and manipulate fire, and they are said to be able to create fire out of thin air. They are also believed to be able to control temperatures of their surroundings, Some say that they can be linked to the bushfires and calming down bushfires, whether on what side it is being in, and that they can, if on the bad side, be associated with maybe like house fires or garden fires and stuff, and if on the good side, that they would be the ones that would step in to calm down the fire because they can change it and remove it. So there are good and bad sides to these creatures, and as I said, even though a lot of them are portrayed as coming through as a lizard-like form, some of them do look human and are human formed, but they just look different and have markings because of what they are, and because they're a fire elemental. Now, some of the energies that are not so good, that are to be with the Unseelie court as well, is the trolls. Now, trolls and giants are probably said in many stories to be just like massive beings that do bad things and are really bad, but they are actually associated with the fairy realm and normally the dark side. I've not seen personally any giant or trolls in the fairy realm. The only ones that I can associate with being really tall and really beautiful and really big are the elven people, okay, which I have seen them as well. So I've not physically seen trolls and giants in the light side. Um, so here's some of the depiction of them. Trolls are a form of fairy who are said to be very evil. They are known to harm humans and any creatures or beings of good nature. They eat meat and have a taste of human flesh. They will kill you if they come into contact with you. They don't like humans and will not work with you, and they don't have good intentions. These energies can come in all shapes and sizes and do not mean anything good to us. Okay, so then you've got your giants. The giants are of this realm and called at in a similar way to what the trolls do. They are very tall and very powerful in strength. They have no time or love for humans or anything good. They are known to be destroyers of all things and good, and that they will kill if they make contact with you, or will enslave you in their realm. And the Unseelie court until death. Do not entertain these beings and creatures at all. Another fairy and changeling fairy that is known, and there are so many equivalents to what they are. Now, that is the changeling. Now, obviously, the changelings can be fairy children that have been brought into our world, okay, and have been brought up as a human, and the mother would have been impregnated by her partner, but the child spirit of the Fey realm would have associated and gone into the energy of the human baby, and the human baby would have been removed at the birth. Okay, so with changelings, there's so many stories behind them though. They say that when they come into this realm, they're very chaotic, they're very dangerous, they're bad, they're misleading, they're this, they're that. There is good and bad in changelings as well, guys. You can have the good side, you can have the bad side. Now, it's not so associated or known for the dark side to be able to have children and things. Something's been done so that they don't have very many kids because of what they are. But you can get negative changelings. Maybe they've changed and because they've been removed from their realm and they're not understanding what's happened, and then maybe they know and have felt neglect all that time. They can become evil, which would make them part of the evil realm and the bad realm, which is the dark realm. But most changelings, in my opinion, being one myself, are not negative. They're very spiritual creatures and people that are open. We are human, but we have been Fey, and we still have the Fey link. We are able to see the Fey and link to different elements of our world because of what we are. Changelings are also known as shapes, and they are in their realms, and as changelings in the realm, obviously the children, human children that have been taken over there, they can change and become Fey of their realms, and they can obviously do things like shapeshift and use energy and power. Where here we can use magic and do things like that, but we can't shapeshift or anything like that. We might be able to channel and make ourselves look slightly different, which I've done a few times. My eyes have changed, things like that, but Nothing really drastic, but really powerful in our magic and stuff. Okay, so when they're in their realm, they've got the abilities to be able to do what I would do as a fae if I was in my realm. Okay, so they are often described as mischievous and cunning, and they have been the subject of many legends and myths through history. This is just somebody's opinion. Changelings are said to be able to take on form of any living creature, from animal to human. This bit is true. They are often associated with babies, as it is believed that fairies would steal human babies and replace them with changelings. The changelings would then grow up into the human world, causing chaos and mischief whenever they went, wherever they went. So the first part of that about, they can change into different things and stuff like that is very true. But this bit about, them being chaos and mischievous, a lot of them are not, but some are, and it is more known in the dark realm for that as well. Okay, there are some of these babies and changelings that are in the spiritual realm of the light as well. Wherever they want. But this does not go for all of these beings. Some are sent from realms to the human realms for different reasons, and not all are bad. Some are the opposite and have the abilities and want to help humans and anything of good nature. Okay, so there are just different types. Um, can elementals be changed? Well, if you think about it, the elementals are a form of fairy, Kimsis, okay, just as all of these energies. So I believe that any energy that is in the natural world can be brought from their realm and put into the human realm for different reasons and techniques and for education and things like that. And there's going to be good and bad that arrive here. It's just how it is. So, can elementals be changelings? I'm sure that they can. I know that they can be of a higher energy. I know that they can be mixed. You know, normally like the telltale sign of people that are even associated with anything to do with the elements or anything like that, it's just their abilities to be able to communicate and connect with nature and things like that, and being open to it. you know Fae and fairies, even though they are categorized as being like a human, little humans, or these sort of energies, what you've got to remember as well, Fae don't just illustrate these fairy beings and these pixie beings. The Fae illustrate any form of energy that is connected to nature. This can be elementals, it can be spirit energies of nature, it can be all sorts of creatures, even down to certain animals and their significant opening and ways in nature as well, and their connections through their power and their ability. So I believe that any energy that is associated with nature and things like that, that are very connected to the Fey realm, is most definitely could be that. Yes, Astro is an elemental. Even though elementals are a little bit different to pixies and Fey and things, they're really big. They have their own little realm within that realm, okay? They're not completely like the pixies and the fairies and stuff like that, but they are Fae related. They are related to that realm, just as dragons and mermaids and other things as well. They're all energies and creatures that are mystical and not known of. Okay, and obviously the fairy side of it is where you bring in the Fae. Um, like it's like it says, you can be a fairy, but not all fairy. You can you can be named a fairy or a fae, but not all fae are fairy. Okay, so fairies can be like pixies or fairies the south. They can be classed as the gnomes. They can be classed as all of the other sort of energies that are associated with that, even the elven people. But then you've got that other side of it as well, which are like your elementals and all of those sort of creatures, your mermaids, dragons, all of these, they're all fae type creatures because they're mystical, okay? But there are some fairy folk that are known as the fae as well. They have a specific name named as the fae. So there are many different types of changelings, each with their own unique abilities. Some are able to change their appearances at will, while others are only able to change under certain circumstances, such as during the full moon or when they're in danger. Now, this doesn't mean that we necessarily change completely, that you'll see us look very, very different and things like that, but like changes in our characteristics in our bodies. Maybe you'll see the eyes change, maybe the hair will slightly change color, like things like that. Like you'll see changes in that person. Okay, so it's very strange. This is going on for a long time, guys. I didn't realize it's gone that long. But I hope you are enjoying it, guys, and that is helping you to understand a little bit. In our characteristics and the way that people explain them, they explain the changelings to be tricksters, and that they're using their powers to play pranks on humans and other fairies alike. They are known for their quick wit and cunning ways. They are often able to outsmart their opponents with ease. I've just lost my way again. Hang on a minute, guys. There's so much work I do here that you lose your way completely sometimes. So just stay with me a minute. So with so as I was saying to you, when it comes to the changeling, that is what they're described to as well by somebody else, and that they can be cunning, and they have wit, and that they can often obviously outsmart their opponents. Again, this is all normally associated with the more darker side of things. The ones that are here in this world, not so much. Despite their mischievous nature, changelings are not necessarily evil. They are simply creatures of the fairy realm, with their own set of rules and costume. If you ever encounter a changeling, it's best to treat them with respect and caution, as they can be unpredictable and dangerous if provoked. The ones in the fairy realm, the ones who are here and are human, it can be different, and it differs in behaviors and personalities, as I've said to you. Some of them are good, some of them are not, okay? But again, it really does depend on how you treat energies and treat them as well, and their homes and their habitats and places and stuff like that. So another one are the nymphs. Nymphs are a type of fae that are commonly associated with nature. They are often depicted as beautiful ethereal beings that live in forests, meadows, and bodies of water. They are just nature focused and are normally okay if left alone. They can be known to be of light or dark, but they're not seen to work with us humans very much, unless you're spiritual and open to nature, and they feel a connection to a human. This can be rare. It depends. There are obviously other types of nymphs. You've got your water nymph, and the appearances. Nymphs are known for their beauty and grace. They are often depicted as slender, with delicate features and long flowing hair. Their skin is usually pale and flawless, and they have a natural radiance that seems to emanate within. Their abilities. Nymphs are closely connected to the natural world and have deep understanding of its rhythms and cycles. They are often associated with specific natural elements such as trees, flowers, and bodies of water. Nymphs are known for their ability to heal and to rejuvenate living things, and they are often sought out for their medicinal properties. The behaviours of nymphs are generally peaceful creatures, but they can be fiercely protective of their homes and the natural world they inhabit. They are known to be mischievous at times, and they enjoy playing pranks on humans who enter their domain. Nymphs are also known for their love of music and dance, and they often hold elaborate celebrations in honour of their natural world. So, types of nymphs. There are many different types of nymphs, each associated with specific natural elements. Some of the most commonly known types include the druids, nymphs of the trees; naiads, nymphs of bodies of water; oryx, nymphs of the mountains; anthophyi, nymphs of flowers; Alcide, nymphs of the groves and glades. Overall, nymphs are a fascinating and important part of Fae lore. Their connections to the natural world and their ability to heal and rejuvenate make them a valuable asset to any Fae community and to our realm as well. So I'm now going to answer some questions that are always often answered. Now, these are things that are written and what I believe. Okay, so what are the different classes of Fae? There are many different classes of Fae, each with their own unique characteristics and abilities. Some of the most common classics include fairies, elves, goblins, pixies, and many more. What is the difference between a fairy and a fae? Well, all fairies are considered fae, not all fae are fairies. Fairies are a specific type of fae that are often associated with nature and magic only. Other types of fae may have fairies. These may have similar abilities and characteristics to their smaller counterparts, but often more powerful and capable of interacting with humans on a more equal level. What are Fae characteristics? Fae are often associated with magic, nature, and mischief. They may have wings, pointed ears, and other physical features that set them apart from human. They are also known for their ability to manipulate the natural world and to create an illusion, but they are also known to be helpful if a relationship and trust is built between the human and the Fae friend. What are some of the mythical Fae creatures that are known to be within the realm? There are many mythical Fae creatures, including unicorns, dragons, and mermaids, and many other creatures that are said to be mystical and of legend. These creatures are often associated with magic and may have special abilities or characteristics that set them apart from other Fae. They can be worked with if a bond and trust is built between them and humans. And they are most definitely known to work with their fairy and fae people of that realm as well. This can also include elementals and wolves, all sorts of things. Okay, all these creatures that are meant to be legendary. Obviously, wolves themselves exist, but you've got mystical wolf elements, and you've got the phoenix, and you've got all these sort of things. They're all associated as being magical creatures. Okay, the fact is these beings creatures are one of a kind and one of their own, and no other in this world are like them. Where most are good to work with, there are good to work with and are good to be close to, some are not. Always be open-minded and not judging, as the Fae are not like as the Fae do not like these traits. Seek to learn as much as you can about them before working or calling these amazing creatures into your life. Be respectful and honour them and their places they live, and make your own mind up about them instead of following so-called facts that really ain't facts to who the fairy and the fae folk are. Judgment is not needed, and most of them are not evil, bad, and dangerous. The way they're explained by others, I'd know, as I've been in contact with them since I was 5, and I have got to know my fairies and fae folk, and I have never had a bad experience, and neither will you if you follow all you are taught with honour, respect, truth, and openness to them. So many have noticed So many have nothing good to say about these amazing and magical beings, but yet have never encountered such a being. Well, I have for many years, and I have always felt loved and protected by them. I'm going to be the one person to put an end to these so-called facts. I am aware of their traits and what they can do, but it's not seen much, and you would have to really betray a fae or a fairy and their realm in a very bad way to really see their wrath. So be careful to never find out, and to remember to not judge a book by its cover, meaning don't judge them when you don't know them. This is good advice to take, and I know this. I've been educated and told things by the fae and the fairies, and every person's experience will be different and special to only them. Take advice, but only be you when engaging with your fae folk and your fae friends, remembering some of the advice that I have given you. Part 3. Fairy food and drink laws. There are many laws when it comes to the drink and things. Again, I am going to tell you to be open-minded. Take in the information, write things down, but if you feel comfortable around your fae folk and you've got them in your life already, then don't take notice of this. Obviously, do not take food through dreams, and certainly do not take food from fairies that you do not know or are just getting to know. It's very important, and the same with the drink, okay? So what do fairies eat? Food offerings to the fae. Across the globe, you'll find a rich and varied tapestry of costume associated with the offerings of food for fairies. Although these cultures and beliefs differ between countries, they share a common thread. Fairies are strongly associated with nature and therefore believed to prefer pure natural foods, although there are some exceptions when it comes to our human food. In the Celtic folklore, fairies are said to feed on Torday, meaning profit or fruit in Irish Gaelic, of the food rather than the physical items itself. This refers to the hidden spiritual essence of food. However, there are many stories and accounts of fairies consuming physical food. For instance, in an account from Lowest, Wales, a servant girl claimed to have seen fairies stealing cakes from a stand at the Lugnan Fair. There are also tales where, within the Celtic folklore, of the Shade, who give up their fairy existence and become humans by physically consuming human food. These are stories, but things, again, may have happened, may not have. So here we're going to jump to the list of fairy foods that they would, be associated with. Why do people leave fairy offerings? We're going to talk about that first. Earning the goodwill of fairies and keeping ill fortune away. There are many reasons why people leave food offerings for the fairies. Some hope to seek the favours of fairies and receive good fortune, assistance with house tasks, or better crop growth. Others feel that they owe the fairies for every successful yield. In Ireland, for example, the fairies would be left a small portion of every batch of churned butter. People were also curious of fairy malice, and food offerings were thought to be a way to protect oneself from being on the receiving end of any animosity. Fairies were generally known to dislike hearing a direct thank you, as they then consider themselves to be in debt to that person, or vice versa. So it is better to leave the offerings. Another thing to do is when you're moving home, traditionally, before moving into a house, it is advised to check whether the fairies approve of the new inhabitants by placing their bed and other possessions in the house, along with some food. If the food has not been touched and there is no crumbs on the floor, the goodwill of the fairies has not been earned, and it is not wise to move in. If the foods have been eaten, then you occupants can then you can move into your new place, and your new occupants can move in with you also, and this will make the fairies happy in moving in with you. Now this is obviously a these are little legend things, and these are right by other people, but these are some of the things that are said to be, yeah. And the Fae are very particular about the way that they live, and I think it would be a very good idea to like warn them when you're moving, and make sure that you do make nice areas for them and stuff. I don't think it goes to the extent that is being said in this, but they don't just like change. It is good to give them a full warning and things like that. So what do the Fae eat? Are you thinking of leaving food out for the fairies? Remember to consider the insects, animals, pets, etc. that might also eat it. Keep an eye on your local wildlife that visit your area, and ensure that you don't leave anything toxic or unsuitable for them. Don't touch or consume any plants or berries unless you're 100% sure that they are how they're meant to be, and that you know how to handle and prepare them safely. So what do Fae folk eat? Milk. Fairies are known to especially in fair fairies are known to be especially interested in livestock like cows and sheep, and influence the proportion of milk. In Ireland, it is said that if someone's suspected that they were not in favour of the fairies, they can try to reconcile with them by pouring new milk from a calving cow onto a wreath, an earthen wall. The Gruagach is a Scottish fairy who is said to watch over cattle at night and control over the quantity and quality of the milk that is produced, not to be confused with the sun god Gruagach. In the Isles of Skye, farmers would leave milk in the hollows of rocks and as an offering to the fairy to retain her good favour. Failure to do so would result in sour milk or no milk all that day. Fairy cow. Fairies are also fond of milk, that they have their own cow, the Gruda Mara or the Crudai Scythe, are fairy cows that reside on the west coast of Scotland, known as the cattle of the sea. They are said to live in fresh and salt water, coming ashore only to gaze on grass. Farmers sought after these cows because it was believed that if a Gruda Mara bull mated with a mortal cow, her offspring would be healthier and produce more milk. Porridge. In Scottish and England, it was thought that if you left porridge as an offering, it would help you to gain favour with brownies and spirits and brownie spirits. Brownies were known to be incredibly helpful in homes and on farms, aiding with tasks like sweeping, scrubbing, milking cows, or gathering hens into the coops. However, These services were conditional. If your home was already spotless, the brownies would have nothing to do and would leave. But if your house was too messy, they would contribute more to the mess and cause possessions to go missing, because they don't like really undirty houses. They don't mind helping you with little chores, but don't be filthy, and don't have it too immaculate that they can't help you out, guys. Okay, so all of the little things that you might have forgotten and you worry about, just don't worry. The souls in Cornwall, the souls were known as the fairy to be fairy food. It was thought that a fairy procession passed through the land on November Eve or Halloween, during which they would take all of the nourishment out of the fruit for their own consumption. For this reason, harvesting souls after this date was generally not recommended. Another form that they like is cake. Their Wisney thrived in connected cakes, as the fairies ate the half o' them. There is a Scottish saying about cakes and fairies that goes, their Wisney thrived in coon teat cakes, as the fairies ate half o' of them, meaning it is useless, unlucky to count the number of cakes you've baked, because the fairies will eat half of them away. So don't go counting your cakes when your fairies are around, because they'll eat them. Fairies were known to have sweet tooths, and some stories say that they would kidnap talented home bakers and cooks for them. In a tale that originated from Aberdeenshire, Scotland, a renowned baker was said to be taken away by the fairies to bake her famous cake for them. After escaping, she made a deal to leave cake by their mound each week in exchange for gold. Another story from Llanwrst in Wales tells of a servant girl who got fairy soap in her eyes while cleaning up after some fairy guests. Later, when she went to the Llanwrst fair, she saw the same fairies who were invisible to everyone else stealing some cake from one of the cake stands. Another like of theirs is honey. In Devon, England, it was once and it still is a popular held belief that pixies and fairies would steal honey from the hives of bees for their banquets. Fairies in Ireland, the Asocied, were also said to enjoy eating honey, as well as drinking the nectar from flowers as fairy wine. Honey is a traditional food to leave as an offering for the Fae. In particular, it would be offered to brownies, fairies, in exchange for their labour, their performance around the house, alongside milk, bread, and porridge, and other sweet things that they enjoy, like cookies and so on. What do fairies eat, Rowan? Rowan berries. Depending on the region, rowan is regarded either as a deterrent to keep oneself safe against fairies, for example, by hanging a branch on one's door, or as a plant in is greatly favoured by the fairies. In Irish folklore legends has it that the rose first originated in fairyland, and that the Aesopshide feed on the red berries in Provence in the early autumn. Another association is bread. These are many There are many accounts of bread being offered to fairies to gain their good favour. One tale from Scotland follows the story of a shepherd who kept losing his cattle through a series of misfortunes. He returned home one day to his wife, who'd just baked a loaf of bread and was sweeping the crumbs from the floor. The shepherd told her, Gaba ella ris is imana, Buell Feyumech Tai Thethema air, an old Scottish Gaelic saying that roughly translates, leave it alone, there are many needy mouths waiting for it. Hang on a minute, guys, I've lost the thing again. Some of that's disappeared. Where's that gone then? I don't know where it's gone, guys. Like it's disappeared. So obviously I was going on about bread. So obviously you can leave bread out. Obviously when you're doing the bread, the Fae really appreciate you. They most love the ends of your loaves, the two crusts, okay? And they love fresh bread, biscuits and cakes. Normally if you're going to be giving the Fae bread and stuff, if you can't bake it, but you need to go out and buy it. Buy fresh bread. They prefer fresh bread and fresh cake, okay? But it doesn't mean that you can't give them normal bread and cakes that you buy from the shop. They're all sweet, they're all lovely. They just appreciate more homemade stuff. And when you add in like their ingredients and things that they love, which I'm going to get on to speaking to you guys about. So I'm now going to speak to you a little bit about the history of like different things that fairies like to do with like flowers and herbs and stuff that you could use in making for your foods and stuff. So the first bit is the history of bluebells and their links to the fae. Okay, so bluebell flowers meaning and symbolism. Bluebell meaning at the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago, the first bluebell emerged in Britain. Since then, the flowers have been an enduring presence in our landscape, and they are continued to thrive in our ancient woodlands. We share alongside history with bluebells in England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. They hold deep cultural significance and are the focus of many heritage folk tales. Although many of these meanings and folk stories contain tales about handling bluebells, there are many conversations re- there are many conversions and regulations in place to protect these flowers because they are under threat. Please do not pick or step on them in places that you're not meant to. So the bluebell flower meaning is humility. Bluebells, like many other ground cover flowers, represent humility. They grow beneath of most other woodland plants and flowers, with drooping stems and flowers that hang like bowed heads. In the Victorian language of flowers, bluebells were a particular choice to communicate humbleness towards the recipient, gratitude, as well as humanity that they bowed, humanity that bowed the flower heads, are also seen as expressing gratitude. This statement is echoed in folklore. It is said that if you spot the first bluebell in early spring and make a selfless wish, there is a chance that it will be granted by the fairies as a reward for your generosity and protective spirit that you put towards them and their homes if you're working with the fae. Honesty and truth. The bluebell is regarded as a symbol of honesty in English folklore. It is said that wearing bluebells, for example, tucked into a pocket or as a garland, will compel a person to only speak the truth. Bluebell flowers, meaning symbolism and folklore. Bluebells under a tree. Like many other low growing flowers, bluebells represent humility, death. It was once customary in England for church bells to ring shortly after a person was pronounced dead, twice for a woman and 3 times for a man. This ritual ringing, known as a death knell, was performed to make the local communities aware of the unfortunate news. Bluebells are similar in shape to the church bells, and as a result are sometimes associated with death and mourning. This This native connection is strengthened by the fact that they often grow in old graveyards where there are large trees to provide adaptable shade. Bluebells thrive in the earth and where it is undisturbed. Consistency. Year after year, bluebells faithfully return to our woodlands each spring, leading them to be regarded as a symbol of loyalty and consistency. Their unique blue color further reinforces this meaning. They have been referred to as true blue flowers and term used to describe unwavering commitment. Bluebells and the fairy folk lore. The vivid colours of bluebells stand out sharply after the winter, like something from another realm. Alongside our spring flowers such as primrose, bluebells have long sparked fairy stories across England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Bluebells are a fairy's dwelling. Areas captured Areas carpeted in bluebells are believed to be the favourite dwelling places of fairies, especially near old oak trees. Folklore from some Somerset warns against picking bluebells for this reason. Fairies might lead you astray, with adults eventually finding their way back if they're found by another person, while children risk disappearing forever. Again, this is just a story. Similarly, in Devonshire, people believe bluebells brought bad luck when brought indoors, perhaps due to the risk of upsetting the fairies by taking from their home. So there are a lot of stories and beliefs behind the bluebells, and they are very much associated with the fae folk. and they are very much guarded and protected by the fae folk, as well as our world and people that work with nature itself here as well. They are very, very prized after, flowers, very protected and very unique, and they most definitely have a very powerful and significant link in the fairy world, okay, and the fairy realm, and they are very much protected. And if you don't protect and look after them right, and if you're wanting to take some flowers for your fae, you don't ask for them before you pick them, then yes, you could expect a bit of wrath. They are very, very important flowers. Fairy spells. Fairies are said to hang their spells out to dry on bluebells in the spring air. Disturbing them would release this magic and cause you to be fairy led or lost in the woods. The English nursery rhyme "In and out the dusty bluebells" is sometimes regarded and referring this magic that leads people astray. This may be to discourage children from playing amongst bluebells, and the bulbs are poisonous. So it's very, very important, because that is another thing that is associated with bluebells as well, is the fact that they do hang out their wishes on them. Normally, if you're wanting to pick flowers, and like, I know the areas to go to, because I know the areas where they do that and the areas that they don't touch, so that I can bring them flowers. So I'll go to the areas I know that I'm safe to go to, and because I can feel and see things, I know where their energy and power of magic is, because I will see it light up and things like that. So for me, I find it easy to know which areas are okay to go to and which areas are not okay to go to. But for some of you that are quite new and not really open to that extent and not very good at feeling things, I would not go picking bluebells from areas that you know that the fae are supposed to be. I'd maybe take it from an area that you don't know and ask to take it as well. And if you get a word in your head say yes, or a word in your head that says no, take that on. Bluebells and fairy house horses. Fairies are known to have their own cattle and horses. It is said that they use the heads of bluebell flowers to adorn their horses, creating decorative, delicate blue collars. Ringing bluebells. According to the legend, fairies ring in bluebells to call each other to meetings. Hearing this tinkling of bells while in a bluebell wood is considered a bad omen, as the sound is not entitled for humans' ears. Most of the time you will not hear that unless you are connected to them. Bluebell folk names. The folk names given to bluebells can tell us a lot about the cultural interpretations of this flower. They give us a glimpse into how people perceive them, not only through senses like sight and hearing, but also through the lens of their spiritual beliefs. Bluebell folk name meanings. Fairy flower. Fairies are known to have a strong affinity with bluebells. The folk name fairy flower can be seen as a warning and a reminder to tread lightly around the bluebells, because they are covered in wild magic. Grandfer Griggles, or Grandfer, is a shortened version of the word grandfather. While Grig is an absolute English term for cricket, the insect. When bluebell stalks rub together in the wind, they make a squeaking sound similar to the high-pitched chirping noises of crickets. Witches' thimbles. Bluebells resemble thimbles, a small cap used to protect the end of fingers, thumbs, while sewing. When witch trials were prevalent, growing bluebells could be used as evidence that someone was practicing magic. Another one is Lady Nightcap. The shape of the bluebell's petals resemble a woman's nightcap. The Aluman bell. The Aluman is an euphemism for the devil. This folk name is likely a deterrent for picking or trampling on bluebells. All food and drink are important ingredients to the fairies, and some of their favourite natural treats added make them extra happy. But also different food and drink and herbs and plants all have magical purposes for the fae. We need ingredients to do our magic, and it's no different for the fae folk and the fairies. Doing this for the fae is a good honour and shows of respect to them, and the kindness that you give them is given back to you in a gift of helping you with something. Fairies are big on honour, and if respected, they'll respect you. So I do hope that you've enjoyed this section and part of this show. I hope that it's helped you to understand and things like that, and that you're getting to understand that and what's important. So bluebells and stuff like that. Obviously, like you've got honey, bread, and honey, bread butter with some honey, cream, sweet liqueurs, whiskies, wines, fairy wines, mead, milk, water, some types of juices, nuts, fruit, some cakes and biscuits, but made with their favourite elements. They love lavender and cinnamons and nutmegs and things. So making things with their little delicates that they love on them and putting a little sprinkle and wipe over of honey really, really does in favour the fae folk, and they feel very appreciated by you. You know, when you're making fairy foods and you're making fairy offerings, it's not like making your own fairy cupcakes and stuff like that. Their cakes would be slightly smaller. You would put some of their favourite things in on that as well. So I will learn you about all of this so that you can come to understand it. So the next bit I've got is the fairy door, and all you need to know facts about the fae. Okay, so all at the base of the tree or in the on a garden wall or on a shed or garden gate, fairy doors are seen. These doors invite us into the imaginary and magical realm just beyond the threshold. It is not just for children. These miniature doors pop up in backyards, homes, and businesses, wherever fairies are welcomed. The fairy doors are doorways into the magical and enchanted fairy realms and magical realms. Fairy doors are a common sight in the woodland outskirts of the UK towns, whose authorities have had to restore to removing them to the curb. So to stop the fairy invasions, it's said, okay, but just to be honest, that people just want to start putting them everywhere and doing different things. The fae are very much being more accepted into our colonies and our cultures, and people really want to be able to show their tribute and their love to them, and I think that's very important. That is a local tradition, and tourists feel drawn to visit these places made for the fae and the fairies. They've been spotted by photographers in some of the most unlikely places, such as New York City and San Francisco being some of the other places known to believe in the fairies and the fae folk realms. But also, a lot wouldn't know that. But the doors can be spotted in strange places all over the world and are very respected because of what they are connected to, meaning our fairy folk and fae folk. Fairy doors may be purchased or homemade to give you to your new friend, the fairies. You can make them as fancy and as homely as you wish, but they always serve a mystifying purpose of allowing fairies to travel between their world and ours. Fairy doors work with two basic assumptions, and the assumptions about the fae folk that the fairies are diminutive in size, a view that was madly made popular by the Victorians, the South, and the liminal in nature, able to exist in that in between of both the realms and worlds. Fairies exist liminally beyond a doubt. After all, they can fit their entire house into a space between a fairy door and a wall on the matter of sizes. Well, most experts agree that fairies can be small if they want to be, and wouldn't we all want to be small if we could do things like that? If it meant you could sleep in a bird's nest and drink from the shell of acorns. Great ideas, I must say to the Victorians for that. It's really, really cute. Practically speaking, there are a couple of important questions to consider before installing a fairy door about your home. The most important of these questions are: do you actually want fairies to visit your home and visit you? I know fairies are fun, loving, and generous magical beings, but they can also be entitled, mischievous, stubborn, and take things. They can be sneaky and sometimes very disruptive if you don't know them and make them happy. It is said at times by others and by myself. Make no mistake, installing a fairy door is as real a bit of a portal of magic. It's like the engraved invitation writ to the fairies. So I would think that, before you start considering putting these sort of things in your home, that you really think that you want to do that. Okay, make no mistake, installing a fairy door is a real bit of portal magic. It is like the engraved invitation writ to the fairies. You might have thought it just looks cute on your gate or your flower pot, but it is so much more than that, and it's really important for you to understand that, guys. Okay, so have a think. Do you want fairies around you or not before you go putting fairy doors in your gardens? Because you'll be for sure getting little guests coming along. And it's the same with your fairy houses and stuff as well, guys. Yeah. Don't put things in there if you're not wanting them to communicate with you and that. Okay. On the other hand, a fairy door can be a novel tactic for dealing with the process of troublesome fairies that are already moved in. Do you have house fairies who bug your pets, hide your keys, and steal your trinkets in order to get attention that they crave? Providing them with nice homes of their own is a way to kill them with kindness and to inspire better behaviour. And it's the same with the fairy doors. So if you are somebody wanting to work with them and you've maybe got them there, but they're a bit troublesome, because you end up putting things like this out would be really good. But if you are somebody that is not considering working with fairies, but you find them fascinating and interesting, I wouldn't be putting no fairy doors or fairy houses out, because you will get unwanted visitors coming to your house. Also consider a placement of your fairy door. Fairy real estate is governed by the same rules as humans: location, 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 location. Fairies like attention, but also security and privacy. So place your fairy door somewhere out of the way, but is still a position of honour in your home and yard to the fairies. Fairies enjoy running water, yummy smells, moonlight, and sun at dawn or twilight. And the shade of trees. Bonus points for placing your door near the fairy trees like oak, ash, hawthorn, and elder. Mushrooms and mushroom rings have long been regarded as a sure sign of fairy favour. No fairy wants to be bothered by litter, cars, or pets. If you have pets, just make sure they can't disturb the fairies. They love animals, but they don't like being rudely disturbed, which I know is very true indeed. And I do, guys. They don't like being disturbed. They're very private, very secret creatures. They don't want people or animals coming into their home unless they know you. Okay, obviously my boo-boo goes outside. They're fine with that. But I have an area cut off so that he can't get into where they live. And he has his section. And obviously I can use all of my garden, including my fairy area, because this was the agreement with them. So just make sure you do something like that and you have respect. And it's the same when you let people come around your house and stuff. Forewarn your fae folk when you're having friends over, and if they're going to be sitting in the garden, because the fae don't like surprises like that. Warn them when you're going to cut anything or remove any flowers, or if you're going to remove their homes because you want to clean them or paint them. The same with the doors, anything like that. Always make sure you inform your fae before doing any of this, and give them at least a couple of days notice. You can speak to them verbally, telling them, or you can write them a little cute note. It's really up to you. Finally, you'll always want to spare a thought for the upkeep of the fairy door. Fairies love gifts almost as much as they love invitations. Stones and shells, beads, coins, bits of ribbon and feathers are irresistible loots. Fairies are happy to receive those foreign coins you got stuck with on your last trip away. It's rumoured that fairies even collect children's teeth, but the tooth fairies are a special breed of fae. Many fairies find that lingering odours of human blood disrespectful and distasteful. Fairies will swoon for a perfect berry, freshly brewed tea, a thimble of milk or whiskey or cream, or a piece of bread with honey, a cake, a biscuit, or anything. Even that to them is even better. And the bread, they would be very happy if, like I said, you gave the crust at the end. They absolutely love the crusts at the end. They will be very happy, little fae folk. Offerings aren't strictly necessary, but once you begin leaving them, it's wise to keep up the practice. Don't cultivate and an exemption you can't fulfill by leaving goodies every day and then stopping abruptly. Lovely fairies can turn nasty at the slightest insult or infrequency. Be regular. Offerings are fine, even forgetful fairy landlords can probably remember to make the fairy holidays of Beltane, May Day, Midsummer, Samhain and Halloween with a small token of treat to keep our little fairies happy. Okay, they really do love that. So leaving offerings out for them around, May Day, Midsummer, the Samhain, which is Halloween and things like that, is really, really, really important. If you don't choose to leave offerings at the fairy door, at least keep it in good repair. You wouldn't want your fairies to receive a letter from the neighbourhood association. Wooden fairy doors benefit from a fresh coat of varnish every couple of seasons. Resin doors are more durable but are known to crack in extreme temperatures like cold and hot. Before moving the doors and removing anything in their garden like flowers, plants, anything like that, leave your fairies a note so they know where to find their stuff and to find their fairy door and to find their quarters. Okay, and as I said, do this when even having guests over and changing things in your garden and when moving anything to do with nature. They don't like surprises from nowhere, and this is very true. Okay, so be very respectful of this, guys, because it will get you a long way. For many people, they have wondered how to tell if a fairy door is in use. Most, in fact, are. Did I mention fairies love invitations? A vacant fairy door is harder to find than a vacant bus seat at rush hour. But in a rare instance that your fairy home is still fairyless after a few days, you may need to boost the fairy signal to encourage them to move in. Simply call or write to them, inviting them to their new home and space. Sorry, guys, it went again. It's often assumed that fairies are wiser and more observant than humans, but that is not always the case. And I know this to be bloody true. They're not always really spark. They don't always click on to what you've done for them and that. And you do kind of have to give them that little push and be like, guys, made you something. Like, they don't always pick up on it. Okay, so it's often assumed that fairies are wiser and more observant than humans, but that is not always the case. In case your neighbourhood fae are the slower type, they may not recognise the dwelling is for them. Try to equipping the fairy door with a welcome mat, a miniature key, or a cute fairy house placed in their threshold. I will say fairies might be tempted to follow the way to a new place if a trail of ginger snap or ginger biscuit crumbs are set on the floor. This will be enjoyed by your little fairy friends, and this will most definitely help you to have some little tenants move in as well. They absolutely love ginger snaps and ginger nut biscuits, guys. Even gingerbread men as well. Okay, so anything like that. A fairy door can be very decorative, a very decorative asset for your fairies and fae folk. The door can be a child's play toy or a magical tool. It can be all of these things at the same time. So make sure you choose yours with a lot of love and care, and remember to place it thoughtfully and learn your children about the fairies and set some rules in place for your kiddies. Then allow the fairies to do the rest. This is my advice to you, my angels, okay? Let them move in, let them do their thing, and make sure you learn your kids to be respectful, okay? So now I'm going to talk to you about a very special star connected to the fairies and the fae folk. Its power and energy is very important to our little fairy friends. So let me tell you about this magical star and why it's really important to know about as well, because it's beneficial to us, but also it can be very dangerous. So the fairy star, also known as the elven star, is known as a seven-pointed fairy star, an elven star. Okay, it is an emerging symbol in contemporary magic, also known as a fairy star or elven star. It is most often used to represent the worlds of fairy. It can be used as a protective shield, a focus point for meditation, or a symbol of the shining realms. The name of it is the septogram or the heptagram. These are the names it is known as. The seven-pointed star is called a heptagram, septogram, or septemogram in a Fey worldly folklore language. All three versions are correct. This glimpse has had mystical associations for centuries, probably longer, since the number 7 is important in many spiritual traditions around the world, as a lot of us know. Medieval alchemists used the seven-pointed star to stand for the 7 alchemical metals and their corresponding planets, but it may also stand for the 7 colours and the 7 musical notes, the 7 sisters, the Pleiades, or any of the many secret things that come in groups of 7. The septogram can represent the sphere of the Naztec and the corresponding planet of Venus. Aleister Crowley also chose a septuagram as a seal of Babylon, the great mother and secret whore of Thelma. The septuagram, be- the, sept, the septuagram, because it has an odd number of points, can be traced in a continuous line. Its unbroken form helps give the star its identity as a symbol of eternity. The fairy star is most often shown as a continuous figure with elegant points, A7/3, regular heptagram for your geographic nerds. No one can really say how or when the motet became incorporated into paganism, but it is now a common sight in books, in jewelry, and on altar tools. Many practitioners use the fairy star instead or in addition to the familiar five-pointed pentagram. Some say that the seven-pointed star reflects planetary celestial magic, while the pentagram encompasses magic of the elements and the earth. Expanding the pentagram. The most recognizable symbol of pagan practice is the five-pointed pentagram. The four lower points represent the four elements, with the top point representing the fifth element, meaning the spirit. The, the equivalents in order of words. The pentagram is short-handed for a four direction of the earth plane and for the presence of the spirit, north, south, east, west, and above. The pentagram locates a point in space and animates it with life force. The most appropriate symbol of the human magician is the pentagram. The pentagram mirrors the shape of a human body. Add two more points and it is wings, your fairy folk. The pentagram invokes the four tools at the magnet hands and the will to use them well. No other glimp matches its centering and protective power. The fairy star expands our awareness of directly from 5 to 7, north, south, east, west, above, below, and within. Because below and within are generally hidden from sight, they hint at the unseen realms of fairy. Curiously enough, the land of fairy is usually said to exist either in the imagination within or in the hidden place, perhaps in the underworld below. A few words of caution. It should be obvious that at this point that the fairy star possesses such magical powers as a magical glimpse. It is a fruitful image for contemplation and appears to act as a genuine gateway to the other realms. As a fae identified, cultures have embraced it as a tribal badge. It is increasingly visible and available to many now, when it shouldn't be in just any hands. Like so many aspects of fairies, this star is seductive and hypnotic and can be potentially dangerous to humans. Some folklore tales talk of tales of humans who are careless and reckless enough to venture into the fairy place uninvited. Usually, consequences of this human's actions come to light very quickly. I'd say no class of being is as adverse and unpredictable as the Fae can be, if not understood properly. I would recommend treating the fairy star like any other portal and cover or hide it when not being used. Fairy star tattoos and other placements and installations should be carefully decided before doing it, because this symbol, power, and energy is like no other and is no joke. The fairy star can be a great use but is not a symbol to be took lightly or put on every available service to be took. It is a symbolism and a native language of the Fae, so be mindful of what you mark as yours when it is theirs. Follow their rules and ways and keep them happy. The septogram star. The septogram is also known as the fairy and elven star. It is used by some fairy traditions, but is also associated with other magical traditions. 7 is a secret number in many traditions, and this star is used to represent direct sets of 7 things by different people. These include the 7 Pleiad stars, the 7 days of the week, the 7 major Hindu chakras, the 7 classical planets: Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, the 7 notes in the diatonic music scale, white notes, the 7 tenets: balance, harmony, humility, learning, reincarnation, tolerance, and trust. The 7 elements: earth, air, fire, water, above, below, and within. The number 3 is often considered to relate to heaven and the higher realms, and 4 is the earth. So 3 plus 4 equals 7. Heaven and earth together as whole. So heaven and earth as whole would mean the same for our realm and their realm, okay, in the fairy world. So it represents both realms together. We are associated and equipped and together always. Okay, so this is some of the information that I've given you on some of the fae folk and stuff like that. I don't know how you guys are finding this. Obviously, I'm going to give you a few pictures of some other types of fairies. These I'm going to do some videos with their names and stuff like that. But if you've ever been in the woods and you've seen something like this, now to a lot of people they'll say that it's like that sort of mist and stuff that you get off of boggy areas and stuff like that. But when you're in like places like mine where there isn't any of that sort of stuff and you see those sort of lights, you kind of know that it's represented to one of the fae. There is some fairies out there that have these beautiful blue, gold, yellow lights and stuff like this. Now this next one here is a equivalent and very close to the elven people. This is an elven one. Like I said, there are different types of elvens. This would be known as a Suki and other things like that. Kelpies as well. And obviously the one that turns into like she can be a seal. Obviously, I'm trying to show you different characteristics of like how they would look. So you got some of your more human one. Now this is the one that's meant to be linked to your salamander fairies, which are your fire elementals. So they would normally be in a shape like this, or they would take a human fairy or pixie form and just be very vibrant with the fire and the colors of the fire as well. This is the fairy that I was on about, which is the female that wears a seal's skin, and when the seal's skin is removed she turns into human. And it said that if a male was to see this female fairy folk and remove the skin and hide it, then she wouldn't be able to return to sea and he would be able to marry her and stuff. But if she was to find the skin, she would return to home whether she's got children or not. Okay, and she would just visit them. This is another form of like your elven and your fairies, but these are other equivalents. As I said, all of their complexes and how they look are very different. These are just a few pictures of what different ones look. Obviously the mermaid is another form of fae. As you see, there's going to be different characteristics and types to all of these sort of energies. They're all going to look very different and they're all going to act very differently as well. Some of them are going to look like they're rather evil and bad, but they're not. This is why I say to not judge books by their covers, okay, guys? And then obviously some of them may not be so great energy and can be dangerous if crossed the wrong way. Changeling. Your little leprechaun. This is the Lady of the Lake, which is another known story about some of the Fae folk women that lure people to their deaths in the water. This is normally associated with maybe tragic death of the Fae ladies. This could also just be a luring way to get people where they want them and things like that. So it's very, very weird. And you know, another look of them. They look very mystical and beautiful, but can be very deadly. Another one of the fairy that goes into a seal. Other types of elven people, but they have different names. Like I said, I will go through all of the fairies and I will make a little short video of them and like put their names and stuff like that. It's been really hard to try and find some of the pictures. Really, you do need the fairy books to get all of them. I know them by face and by vision and by looking at them, but sadly you cannot get every picture of the creatures that you see online because not a lot of them have seen them. So it's going to be very difficult to show you, but I have tried to equip some of how some of them would look. Now you would look at that and think, oh my god, is he nice, is he not? He's a bit scary, I don't want to entertain him. But this type of fairy is absolutely beautiful. Such a loving creature. These are known as druids and stuff like that, these sort of fae, and these are normally the ones that you would be advised to maybe try to connect with as well. They have no ill intention or any badness at all. Yes, if you upset them, they can get a bit shirty with you and things like that, but they are said to be the most safest ones to communicate with at first, and they are absolutely beautiful. They may not look great to the eye and not look very, you know, good or happy or nice, but they're not nasty. They can be a bit grumpy. Other forms, this is forms from the sea court, so these are the good fae. This is another form of fae that and how they would look from the sea court as well. So I did try to get a few pictures and stuff in, guys. Like I said, it's really hard to try and get older pictures. It's annoying, and I hope that you have enjoyed that. So just want to see how all of you are doing now. And I hope that you have enjoyed the show and that it's helped you to understand. Oh my God, 3 hours and 5 minutes. I was only intending to be on about 2 hours, but that did not happen. What's up, sis? Oh yes, ginger snaps. Yeah. Everybody seems to have disappeared. What's happened? So yeah, that was the show. I've really enjoyed like educating and learning you guys. Like I said, these sort of shows never end up being short because it is a lot of education. It's a lot of understanding about them. I do think it's really important for you guys to have understanding about them, how they are, how they work. Obviously, there are going to be more shows about them coming forward to you as well, guys. There's going to be more stuff that I'm going to be writing down and bringing out, trying to educate you more. But I just wanted you to really know about like the different courts today, some of the different ways that fairies and stuff are. Obviously, it was more about them, but I do want to learn you about the different types of fae. There are some really good stuff that I'm wanting to learn you about them as well, learning you about the different types, what they work in, who they are. So I'm thinking that I probably would do that on the next show. What I'm thinking is to give myself a week's break from doing the Faith Folk show, because I have done it for the last 2 weeks and it's been non-stop research and everything the whole time. So what I'm planning on next week's show is hopefully getting another trip and a few little video bits of me in the garden and stuff, and do that for next Sunday's show. Just doing a more chilled out show where I haven't got to do too much education and writing everything down. I will obviously open again to the fairy education. It'll be the week after, but I think that this week coming, I'm going to give myself a week's break. Obviously, I'll still do my research and write everything I know down and all the stuff ready for the next show to do with the Faith Folk. But this Sunday coming, I am going to just literally focus on my trip to the Fey Woodland. I want to go back to the Fey Woodland. I want to show and see what I can find from there, because after finding those symbols and stuff, which was really, really interesting, I really do want to be able to get reconnected there, see if I could find anywhere else, and have a little, just a little get together with them and enjoy that and be able to show you guys. So I will be doing that side of things for next week, and obviously any little videos or anything that I do around my home, my garden, and taking some clips from some of my garden watch, my enchanted garden watch, my Willow Valley. So that will be next week's show, and then obviously the following week we will go back to series number 3 for the Fae Folk education, okay, to learn about the fairies and the fae and things like that. I just think that I just need a week to give me a bit of a break, because there's been loads of stuff happening. I've still got loads of stuff to be dealing with, and I have now also decided that I'm probably not going to be doing the shows where I try to pre-record them and then try to download them. I'm just going to do all of my shows live like this, and I will just make short little videos of things that I want to be brought into the show. This week I didn't really want to make any little short videos, because it was a lot about the educating and doing stuff like that. And obviously, you've got to remember, I have all my communication with them. They're giving me info. They're talking to me. I'm writing down what I know. Obviously, I'm doing research and I'm going to other websites and I'm looking at other people's views and I'm putting that into my work as well. I just really want people to see the different characteristics of the Fae and the different beliefs that I believed in the Fae. And I kind of just like point you out there in the directions not to follow and that don't seem true or real to me, and the areas that you should. And obviously my sections you should definitely follow. Education and learning you about these creatures are so important. Like I said to you, the Fae, the dragons, and the elementals, all these sort of energies are so special and so important to me. So I am going to be educating you in these sort of things. Now, some of you have come to learn that the elementals are in fact part of the Fae folk realm. They are Fae. They are associated with Fae and fairies. They are just another equivalent to that realm. They're not like the little ones we know and things like that. There are other equivalents in the fairy realms that you would never associate to being anything linked to fairies, and they in fact are. Okay, so not only are you learning about things that you knew a little bit about, but you're also learning about things that you probably didn't know about or weren't so sure about. I am doing a lot, sis. And you know what? My nose is so bunged up today. My throat is hurting. I don't seem to be able to get rid of this thing, whatever's going on with my nose. I feel so stuffy and that, and I don't know what it is. I've took some sinus medicine, but it don't seem to be doing anything at the minute. Like it's prominent, it's there, and my throat's been hurting because I have been doing a lot of talking and doing that sort of thing. And I think that's probably what's made my throat hurt a little bit, because I've been doing a lot of talking. I've been having to sort a lot of things out to do with my mum and stuff like that. So everything's just been all and everywhere. Allergies just suck and stuff like that. And today I've been feeling a bit fluey and a bit, which is not good. And I don't want to be around my mum when I'm like that. But I didn't want to cancel the show because of not feeling very good. I'm back. Had to grab some chocolate chip cookie bars. Oh, they sound nice. And I've not eaten properly yet either, which is really bad. And it's like 2:31 in the morning and I've not eaten yet. I am not sleeping great, which is probably another thing that's not helping. A lot of things are getting on top of me. It's been difficult, but I really love doing these shows because it takes me out of those problems and it takes me into those places where I can talk about things that I really love and I really connect with. And like I said to you, these education shows are going to be about the Fae. They're going to be about dragons. I'll talk to you about the elementals and stuff. Sis, I think that's really good what you're talking about as well, doing about shadow figures and all those sort of things. Really, really cool. I have been looking to try and find some fairy books and stuff, and I have been looking everywhere, and I have found a couple that I like the look of, and I think I'm going to be getting them as well, because I do think it's important to get some fairy books. I think it'd be really cool. I have a lot of knowledge, but there's still a lot of it that I don't understand. I have my knowledge and my understanding through my education and my teachings and learnings from them themselves, okay? And through the little bits that maybe I've seen or learned from other people I follow or through myself, okay? So it's getting to that point in life now where books never interested me before. Now I just really want to have the books, not so much for the fact that I've got so much to learn, because I haven't, but I do still have stuff to learn, but just so that I can educate and go with you guys as well, and us have lots of fun together and do those sort of things, I know that, sis, I know, but I know in myself that if I just sit there and I don't do anything and I don't do things that I love and I like, I'll just end up going into a deep depression and not be able to cope with anything. And I don't want to be that way. Don't want to be that way at all. I'm not, I refuse to be that way. And obviously, we're going to be starting all of the educational stuff in the clan as well. We're doing our herbalism books and, any other sort of things that we feel would be like really good for like helping each other and educating and things like that. I think it's going to be really cool, and hopefully this is all going to reach a really good area where we can maybe open our own place up and educate people and help people to be more their self. Yeah, no, definitely not disappearing. I'm not going down that road, but I've had a lot to deal with and I have been feeling very poorly because of it, like stress and worry and it's not sleeping properly. And then when you're not feeling like that and you're not feeling great, you can get sick by other things because your immune system's down and stuff like that. And I just know that I'm the sort of mind that if I sit there and I don't have anything to do and I'm not doing things that I enjoy and I love, I start to think about things. I start to overthink about it. Then my head starts going nuts and I start freaking out and all my anxiety and stuff goes really bad, which I've already got really bad anxiety at the minute. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to feed into that. Yeah, my up and going trying to get out and do things is still I'm finding quite hard, but I'm trying by like being in my back garden and trying to do this and trying to do that. But things have just been so difficult at the minute. I do give it 1000% because I do believe that people need to be educated correctly. I'm not saying in no shape or form that some of the people that I've come across that what they've wrote is really bad and stuff like that. Everybody's views and points are different, okay? And everybody's going to have a different experience with any sort of energy or deity that they're going to work with, whether it's fairy, dragon, spirit, whatever it is. Everyone's experiences are going to be different. And I will never ever talk down and say that anybody is wrong and that I don't believe in what I'm saying, I will just clearly, specify that I don't quite follow what's been wrote there, but it doesn't mean that I don't agree with it. Okay, if that's what happened to that person, or that's that person's view, that's fine. It's just I will view and say things how I know from my experiences. This is not saying that I know it from everybody else's point. Okay, I know it from my point, and I have been in communication with them since I'm 5, and I am now 40. I've had many years working with the Fae, and I've had many years where I've been associated with dragons. Now, for a lot of people, they'd probably watch my content and be go, "Oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about," because I've not had courses and tests and stuff about this. But in my opinion, it's not about doing courses and tests or anything like that, because I don't believe that they're always straight up the way they need to be. I believe the best teacher and the best way to know things is to know it yourself and learn yourself with that energy that you're actually going to talk and try and work with. Work with them. Yes, take advice, research, study, do all of the stuff you need to do before communicating with any energy, not just the Fae, but definitely the Fae. You know, do your research, your studying, understand the beliefs in your country, the laws behind the Fae in this category, obviously, but any other energy you work with as well. It's very important that you research, you study, you learn laws and beliefs and all things before you even think of jumping into that. It's so important. And once you've done that and you've had an understanding and you've practiced putting offerings and stuff out, if you are wanting to work with the Fae, and you're learning not to say yes and thank you, or sorry, or things like that, like sorry or thank you to them, you've got to educate and learn yourself to not be those ways around them. Okay, because it can be very difficult if you're somebody that's been used to speaking that way. It's very important to learn your ways and how to talk to the Fae as well. They're not human. They're not us. They may take some forms like us, but they're not us. And they have got completely different rules and different ways of things. And 9 times out of 10, they are loving, caring, understanding, and forgiving. But there are just some things they won't let go. And I just think it's important to learn, you guys, my knowledge and my experiences, and also bring in some of the content that I believe may be a little bit far-fetched, but I'm not saying is not true, and some of the content I do agree in and know to be true as well. Okay, so it's just so important to do that. Anybody can sit there and just do an hour video saying about the basics, but what about telling them the ins and outs, the dangers, and all of this sort of stuff? Yes, there are people out there that do that, but a lot of them are explaining it from other stories. Okay, do it from yourself and the experiences, so exactly, stuff, courses and tests. I have never been somebody that's took courses. Recently I've done herbalism. I've done a couple of herbal courses that I'm working on, and I've done like floristry courses, and I've done some paranormal courses in the past, yes, but nothing like the demonology or all of the big stuff, just little basic scratch ups on stuff and things like that. You know what I mean? I've gone and I've attempted to do the courses, and I haven't finished them. Some of them, only the courses that I've done in my garden, me flower arrangements and stuff like that. I got like 3 of them done. But the thing is the reason I haven't got the courses finished in my spiritualities and stuff like that is because I don't need it. And I've never believed in needing courses and things like that. It's all natural way. But I started to do it because I thought, what about if other people look at me wrongly and think that I haven't got it in me to be educating people? What if somebody says something wrong to me? So I did start looking into it a couple of years ago. And then I just said, sod it. Because I'm not going to be any different to what I've always been. I'm not going to be the way other people think somebody should be. This is who I am. And if you don't like how I am and you don't like that I'm natural and that I've learned everything naturally, that's fine with me. But I'm not going to change my way because of others. And there's so much in this world today where books and courses and things get information given to them so easily, and a lot of this information isn't even true fact or real, or it's made up from platforms and apps that are not true and shouldn't be doing that sort of content. A lot of it is money orientated. It's not about writing fact and truth in some of these books. It's just a way of them making money. So I just make up hearsay and not learn you properly, and they don't realize the dangers when they do that. Do you know what I mean? So it's important. It is. It is about money. A lot of it is. I've done some courses and I've started it and I've stopped it because what you're going into those courses to do, and you're paying for these really good courses that you pay for, some of them are free, okay, but the ones that are really good and where they want you to really learn in the extent, yeah, they'll make you pay hundreds of pounds for them, yeah. And you'll go into these courses and you'll realize that half the stuff that they are learning you and teaching you, you already know. So you've just wasted 150, 200, 250 pounds on stuff you already knew and have been doing for years already. All you got to do is just listen to your deities, your energies, and the things that you work with, and you can perfectly do that on your own without any person learning or teaching you or educating you in that way. That is kind of why we've done the Witchy 101, so that you don't have a place that you come to that feels like a course, but more like it's real life, because it is. And you can be open and be straight and be who you want to be. And we're not here to tell you if you're wrong or right in your course, in your ways of path. We're not here to tell you you're wrong or right. We're here to just guide you and give you advice and to help you to be your best, you know. What's that, sis, about the AI? Yeah, they are. They are mostly written on AI, and I don't agree with it. And £500 for a book. That's what I'm saying. A book that probably hasn't even got anything in it that is significant or going to help you, because you already know it. Like I said, the best teachers and the best ways to learn is to learn through the energies you work with, and to believe and trust in what you see and you get as well. And just use your little, research areas that you need if you're not sure about something. That's all you need. You don't need to be in any class or education. You don't need to have certificates for you to be listened to and be took seriously. You do not need certificates. You don't. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And it upsets me. It does upset me because there is so many amazing creatures out there, so many things you could learn about, but so many people leave them and don't want to know them because of false stories and the way that people look at them and things like that. What happened to the world? What happened to free choice and free judgment? Don't judge what you don't know about, That's what really irritates me about some of these places. Not every place that I've gone to or seen, but some of these platforms and stuff I go onto, when I see some of the things they write about and they say about it, it's just like, oh my God, like, why would you even write that? It's not even right, but you have to be able to learn to hold your mouth, because everybody's experience is different, okay? And even though some of it is so far-fetched and I think, oh, that's just nonsense. That's why I bring some of the content in, to kind of just show you how easy it is to be misled by something that does not represent any truth at all, or even come close to what the fae are or the fairies are. Oh, that sounds interesting, Sister Drew. There's nothing wrong with research, but look in the right places. Don't go to the Google and look on Wikipedia and stuff like that. Go to proper websites that are associated and made for that very purpose. Or go and watch videos and things online to be learned and educated by people that actually physically are practicing the practice and trying to open up to it. Things like that's fine, but don't take all the information from TVs and books and, you know, these stupid app places on Google and things like that. Yes, some places are really good on there to go and look for, but not the Wikipedia and stuff like that, guys. Go for the actual websites. Do you know what I mean? Go for the websites, the places with the fact. And normally websites where you see they've had years of education and years of doing their practices and years of following certain things, they're the people you want to talk to, people that have got knowledge from years back and people that are into it and wanting to learn and open to it and not judgmental and put it all down to being what's been wrote in the past sort of thing, you know. And the ones that don't sit there saying that they're negative. You know, a lot of these people that don't understand the faith will sit there and talk about how they're negative and they're this and they're that. Obviously, there's good and bad in everything, but they make out that all fae are bad. Okay, you can normally tell the difference between ones that are connected and not connected because they go, okay, yeah, they can be mischievous, they can be dangerous, they can be nasty, but not all of them. Some of them are like this, and like this, and they act like this, and they look like this. You know, you can tell the genuine ones. You know, the people that do really care. And that's the people you should be learning from. People like me. And there's many other places on YouTube, platforms on YouTube that are exactly the same and that I follow when it comes to the Fae and stuff as well. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Even, you know, I'm not saying that, oh, if a website's been up and running only for 5 months, don't bother entertaining it. What I'm saying is if you go on that website and there is nothing that shows that they've had years of practice and that they've done this and they've done that and they've got all that, then just be wary. I'm not saying not to look at it because you might find some really good stuff on some of the websites. I look on loads about lots of different things because I just find that really fascinating. And as I've said to you, none of us know everything about any energy we work with. Even though I've had a very close connection with the Fae and I have learned a lot from the Fae through my own direct communication with them, learning and knowing about them in the way that the world tries to put them, I'm not so familiar on. Okay, so I do enjoy seeing other people's views and things like that. But just some of it, I just look at it and think, oh my God, really? Like, you know, but there are going to be new websites that pop up that are going to have really good information on there. And they're going to be people that have worked for years and years in it and have all this understanding and maybe just decided to do the website. You know, just look and research and work out if they're good places to get info from first, is what I'm saying. And don't entertain Wikipedia and stuff like that. Okay, because no. That sounds amazing, sis. That would be really good to do the witches' trials. Something I feel very passionate about. Most definitely. Because obviously we have the Witchy 101 shows that we do in the winter. And obviously these shows I'm only going to be doing in the warm seasons, okay, when I can get out and I can do all that sort of stuff. obviously I will continue doing little educational videos, but these sort of shows that I'm doing here, like the Willow Magical Adventures, yes, I'll keep doing that by looking after the garden and doing bits like that and stuff. But all of this sort of stuff where I'm doing the educational shows and that, I will only do them through the hot season, where I can sit in, talk about it, and I can go out to the places and get the bits that I need to do. So this, the Willows Magical Adventures, its show itself is a yearly thing, but the series episodes will only be through these sort of seasons, because I don't want to mess it in with Witchy Up 101. But there will still be videos and stuff that go up, and you will still have videos being posted up to do with Willow's Magical Adventures and stuff. I will still be taking you on adventures to the woodlands and stuff like that. But then obviously as it gets colder, I'm not going to be able to get out as much. So it'll be more being at home and being in the garden, and maybe that'll be when I start doing a bit more investigations and, doing stuff with the spirits and stuff like that. I've got to try to fit everybody in. And the summer is the perfect time to fit in the spirits for investigations and the fae for education and learning you about it. And then obviously the winter is more for like the home stuff, like doing the Witchy 101 and doing, your educational shows and things like that. I think it's really important. That sounds awesome. Yeah. But yeah, I do these shows because I want you to have truth and advice from what I know, and because I want you to be going into this with an understanding and a knowing of what you need to be doing, and so that you're safe. Okay. And also I do the shows obviously to show you guys that, the fae folk and the fairies and that, they're not bad folk, they're not good or bad, and if you're loving, respectful and good to them, and you obey what they believe and have in their realms, they will be absolutely fine with you. If you're disrespectful and you go against them, and you don't take pride and respect in what they are and where they live, then you'll get the opposite. Nine times out of 10, the sea life fae, and fairies, which are the good side, will happily work with us and will happily be our friends and our companions, and they will absolutely adore and love you to the ends of the earth if you're good to them and you look after them and protect them. Okay. And things like that. And they will open to you in so many ways and will benefit your life in so many ways. Just remove all that negative that you hear other people talk about them about, and just be aware that yes, there's good and bad in everything, but be aware that most of them are open-hearted to us and do want to be around us and should be around us, and they should be accepted. And that's what I'm trying to do with these shows. I'm trying to show you that the side that you're described about to do with them, don't listen to them. Okay, do not listen to everything that these books and people and everything tell you. Be yourself and have your own relationship with them to find out. Just take the advice. What I've wrote to you, what I've said to you are stuff you should take notice of. Okay, guys, I've done this since I was 5 years old and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And I've come to understand them. I have crossed lines without knowing it, and they've told me where I went wrong and things like that. Like nothing really bad, but I've made mistakes, okay, when I was younger, and they've learned me about that sort of stuff, and they've shown me how to act and how to be, and that's what I'm learning you. That's what they want me to learn you. They don't want everybody to be pulled by what they see in magazines and books and everything else. They want you to do it naturally. Yes, yeah. And I'm not saying that I'm the best thing in the world, guys. And I'm not saying I know everything about them. I don't. But I know what I need to know. And I know that I have a very good relationship with my guys. And I have never, ever crossed the boundary to the point that they've wanted to do anything really bad to me. When I was younger, like I said, I made mistakes. You have to learn. And they're very open to you making mistakes when you're just learning. As long as you show that gratitude and that you'll sort that mistake out. Okay. They're normally, obviously, things like making them promises and breaking them. No, don't ever make them promises that you cannot keep. Don't do things like that because you're asking for trouble. Okay, but don't go presuming that, oh my God, they're really bad, shouldn't work with them. Oh, I should be really sketchy around them because they're meant to be like that. Just be open-minded and open to them. That's all they want you to do. Just be wary and keep your protective stuff on you, and only call out to the fairies and the fae of the light, and ask your energies and deities to be around you to keep you safe. You know, if you've got fairy folk and friends around you already, then the likelihood of you coming into something negative is very unlikely, because they will keep that away. So just trust them that you work with, trust your guides, and trust your own instinct. That is all you need to do. And learn and be respectful about them before you do anything. Writing down your notes, writing down about things, learning about things is really important. Thank you, my darling. 4 directions. Well, you're all getting very equipped with like nature and things like that, and energies associated with it. The 4 directions, the 4 elements, all of them are very, very important in your shaman practices, nature practices, in all sorts of things. And the 4 directions is associated to the spiritual realm. Okay, there's the 4 directions represent the 4 different ethnics of the world, and things like that. It's all very important, guys, and you should know the 4 colors, the 4 winds, the 4 directions, all these sort of things. It's so important, and it's definitely spirit realm linked, definitely, as well as nature. And nature is part of the spirit realm. It's just that the spirit realm's up here or over here, and the world's here. You got to remember, we're all connected, guys. Oh, bless her. She would have been crying her eyes out. Oh, my little Clara. Yeah, mine do. And mine just look at me with proudness and awe. Yeah, yeah. All that Sister Drew's saying. Yeah, well, you don't want to rush your education. You don't have to rush. Take your time. It's really important that you know and understand everything that you're doing. Okay, because they show that sort of stuff to you for a reason, no matter what the energy is. And it'd probably be very wise to know things about the 4 colors and the 4 directions and stuff like that, because things like the fairies and fae and that are very much linked to that, as well as the elementals and all the other energies and spirits, and it's all one massive big world, guys, and everything is connected in one sort of form. Okay, so everything that you learn or educated about and you see is important. It's just that everything has different beliefs and different ways and different things that it works through. Everything is important. And obviously for me, like with the education I'm giving you on the fae folk and the fairies and stuff like that, it's really important that I get that viewing point across. And it's important that I say to you to not be misled by past accusations. But that's what you've got to do. You've got to look into yourself, and you've got to look into what you're wanting. Maybe because you are associating and you're working with other energies to do with nature, this could be it. The fact that you are wanting to learn and be more open to that sort of stuff, all of these are reasons why it could be coming to you. Okay, it's just you've got to take your time and learn and educate yourself and open yourself as well to accepting any guidance and learning that they give you from the other side as well. Yeah. If you're not somebody that talks to spirits, you're not somebody that's going to go and investigate, like Sister Drew said, or things like that, then it's not as important. But if you are someone that's going to be to do work with spirit, what you got to remember is spirit and energies are connected to nature and other things as well. Okay. And you do need to have some understanding. You need to know the 4 colors, 4 winds, 4 directions as well to do with nature, because it's not just the spirit realm, it's to do with nature and stuff as well. So you do need to have that understanding. There are so many equivalents to what the 4 colors and 4 directions and stuff are linked to. Like any sort of faith or anything that we go to follow, there's going to be different equivalents, different meanings for different places and societies and things like that. So it's very important to know all these elements. But definitely, if you're wanting to communicate with them, or you're wanting to investigate, like Sister Drew said, then most definitely even more so. But you are wanting to learn about nature, you're wanting to learn about energies connected to nature, you're wanting to connect to nature. So it's very important to do that, because even though our nature realm is here, our nature realm is full of spirit and energy. Okay, that is connected to this realm and to their realm. So it is very important to know both. Okay, so yeah, do that, because there's so many different connections. Like the number 7 today that I told you, there are so many characteristics to what is connected to. 7 is connected to the Pleiades, 7 notes of the White Knight. No, all sorts of different things. There is not just one equivalent to what somebody educates you. There are so many different things. Yeah, we are still in training. We are still in training, but there's things that I do understand about nature, because I've done this for a long time. Like I said, I've a lot of what I know I knew already before I met pups. You know what I mean? And the only thing that's changed is the fact that I didn't know anything about the shamanism and the druidism itself very well. Only what I like, little bits. So I'm educated by pups in that way. I'm educated by pups by, having a more of a connection in my shaman and my druid side, understanding nature in that way through the eyes of what he practices and believes in, and I believe in as well. But actually connecting with nature and being communicating with nature and having that link to nature, I've done that since I was little. Nobody's learned me to do that apart from my energies I've worked with, and myself. But pups has been that teacher and has helped me in my other categories that I didn't understand so much about, and he's learned me a lot through my spirituality in my paranormal stuff as well. Even though I knew a lot about that as well, there's been stuff I've learned from pups in everything that I've done. Okay, but I'm not going to sit here and say that somebody else learnt me everything, because I know that they didn't. Okay, and I know that a lot of my learning and understanding has come through my own experiences and working with my energies. You know what I mean? So I can see them, but it doesn't. Seeing them doesn't make it a big deal, Sister Drew. Seeing them, yeah, it is, yeah. But it's not about seeing them. It is having that understanding about their connections and their links to our world and stuff. And what's fun about seeing a spirit if you don't have the understanding about what they are or what they do or what they're linked to or anything? It's not going to be exciting, is it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's helped us in many ways, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I've been educated by other people about everything, because I haven't. I've learned that myself, and I take great pride in what I know through learning myself. You know what I mean? And all of the other elements that come in, like pups shows with the druid and the shaman, and you know, parts of the paranormal and stuff that he learns us. That, yes, he has learned, and he's a big influence in our community. Not saying that, he's learned a lot of other people that have been not open to any of that. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people that are not open to that, can't see, can't do what I can do. And Pups has helped them to do that. Not denying that at all. Pups is the most remarkable man in the world, okay? And he is the most strongest man I have ever met. And he is the most knowledgeable man that I have ever met. And I would never, ever speak against my Pups. I'm just saying that even though, yes, I've learned a lot from him, there's a lot that I did not learn from him. I learned for myself. Is what I'm saying. And I do not mean that in a horrible way, Pups, at all. I love you very much, and you're a very knowledgeable man, and I would never ever want my ass kicked by you. So I hope you don't take that the wrong way and think I'm saying that Pups has not learnt me anything, because you've learnt me a lot. It's just a lot I've learnt before that, is all I'm saying. I know you have, and I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that I haven't learned from him. Of course I've learned from him. I didn't, you know, I understand links to nature and stuff, but I didn't know anything about my druidism, only tiny bits, and I didn't really know much about shaman, even though I really love native and all that sort of stuff. So all of that I have learned from him, and it's a remarkable faith and path to walk, and one I'm very proud of. I'm very proud that I am part of his family, and that his family's wanting to learn me in that way. Very special, okay, very unique, you know, and definitely educated by Pups. But there's aspects to me, what I'm saying, that hasn't been learned by Pups. It's through me being a little girl growing up, and me working with the fae, me working with the dragons, me working with the spirit, working with like elders and energies that I weren't aware were my family, and them learning and educating me about that sort of stuff. Okay, that's how I learnt most of my stuff. Yeah, well, I've got to make sure that I say nice stuff and say it, because I don't want him to watch this and think, hang on, this is Pups like mocking me, saying that I don't do anything and I don't help her, because I'm not. I am not. Pups, seriously, I did not mean it that way. I do not want a upset daddy turning up on my doorstep. Not Astro, anyway. Because they have learnt me a lot. So much. Yeah, let's change the subject. Let's change the subject. But like I said to you, just, you know, just the most important thing is to enjoy your journey. Okay? And in that journey, you're going to meet many different energies, different people that are going to influence your life in different ways. Okay? And it's so important to accept that and to want to be part of that. You know what I mean? And enjoy it. It's not just about sitting there for weeks and days, just writing and writing and writing. Enjoy what you're doing. You don't have to do it all at once. Just take your time and enjoy the path and the way you're moving forward. You know, it's not all going to be you sitting down and writing and learning. A lot of it's going to be that you need to go out and connect to energy as well, and you've got to learn how to open your mind for some of you, and there's so much more that you've got to do. And that's why I'm hoping, like, through the colder months when we do the Witchy 101, that I can maybe start doing a couple of my new courses that I've been going on about for last God knows how many couple of years, where I help people to open their abilities and to understand their abilities a little bit more, and do things to work in a way that they can stop, you know, so that you can learn to wake up and to understand in your own ways. Okay. And I do think that me doing these shows to help you to understand your abilities, how to open them and do safe experiments and stuff to do it, I do think that is really important. I do. And, you know, following my meditation and things like that will help as well. Exactly. It is your life. And it doesn't matter how old or young you are, life can start at any time. And your path is always going to be your path. So just be proud of it. Don't matter when you start. It don't matter if you start later on in life or if you started when you was young. You know, the important thing about it is that you want to be a different person. You want to change. You want to do better. And that doesn't matter what age you're at to do that. You know. You will not get to 80. You'll understand a lot more way before then, sis. You're only 54. You already know a lot of stuff, Sister Kim. It's just channeling yourself in to understand that. And, you know, I want you to just to enjoy it. Everybody's experience and ways are going to be different. As long as you keep yourself safe and you're just honourable to what you do, learn and be how you want to be. Too many people in this world that sit there and tell you how you should and shouldn't be, how you should act, how you should speak, what you should talk about. And you know what? Don't. You be you. You speak. You do what you want. There's going to always be people that don't like you, don't like what you do, try to put you down, try to say bad things. Do you know what? Let them get on with it. Okay? If people are coming to you and they're attacking you and they're talking about you and they're saying nasty things to you, it means you're doing your job right. Okay? And that's how I look at it. And anybody that wants to be disrespectful and leave comments and say stuff under our shows and disrespect us and things like that, that's up to you. You know, you've got your opinions, you've got your way. You know, my shows, I don't pretend to know everything. And I certainly like to bring my own content and bring in the views of others through finding stuff through research and that's just who I am. Okay, and I'm not about to change that for anybody. So, hello, Deborah. How are you? And neither should any of you. Okay, just be yourself. There's nothing wrong with being researched. There's nothing wrong with being who you are. Okay, nobody is the same. And nobody has the right to tell you how to act, how to be, who you are, how you should speak, how you should look, what you should believe in. Nobody's got a right to tell any of you what to do. Okay, you're your own person, you're your own spirit, you're your own energy, and no person is made to be the same. We're all individual, we've all got different personalities, and we all see, feel, hear, and do whatever differently. Okay, and nobody should be made to feel bad for that. And nobody should feel bad when people bully them or hurt them about stuff that they're doing or trying to do to make other people's lives better or to make other people understand. If they're doing that to you, it means you're doing something right. Okay? Because if you weren't doing something right, why would you be getting under their skin? Why would you even retaliate? I've gone to places where I've seen stuff and I'm like, I don't believe in anything that you do. I'm not going to go then to my channel and start going on about them. What's the point? Why would I waste my breath on people that give no correspondence to what they're talking about? Why would you talk about people like that? The only reason for people to talk about you and to start is if you're doing something right and it brings that jealousy out. That's what makes people kick off, not because you've done something wrong or you've wrote something wrong. It's just that they don't like that you're treading on their toes in their eyes, even though you're not. This world and this platform is big enough for everybody, and we can all have our own views and our own ways of working. It's just some people out there are very petty and very judgmental, and I just don't like it at all. And thank you, Deborah, for that. I like what you're saying. It's very true, though. It is. Do you know how many places I've gone into and I've seen people get shot down because of what they've said, and they've been told that they're wrong, or they've done this wrong, or that's not right, or you're not a proper witch because you do this. And I just sit there and think, you've got no bloody clue, have you? At all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These people stay and live everywhere. And some of these people are even just kids. Okay, they're not even adults, they're kids. You know, they just don't take notice of any of it. You know, why can't people in this world just get on and just do their own thing and stop being so judgmental to each other and that? We do. Everybody's got a purpose in this world. It's just understanding and seeing it and realizing it. You know what I mean? Like, it just really irritates me when people are like that and they get like that. You know, I just think, why do you do that? Like, what? Because they don't look and see or think the way that you are, it means they're wrong? No, it just means that they're different to you. Haven't you realized that yet? Have you not realised yet that you don't need certificates and stuff to say that you're a qualified person and that you're fit to talk about something? You don't need that crap. Just your knowledge and your understanding. Sorry, I'm going into one, but they put energy on me as well. Willow is on one. Ivy Willow is on one. Not on one, but, you know, she's got that... I don't know what it... She's got fire in her soul at the minute, by the sounds of it. A bit of fire coming out of her. We've all got life experiences. Yes, sis, Drew, we have. We have. And if you're willing to take that ride and learn, you will see and experience amazing things. And everybody will experience it differently. That's what's happening in this world, sister Kim. Sadly, our generations today, the younger generations, intend to think that they know more, and it's definitely, you know, the generations today are definitely not like what we were like when we were young, growing up and stuff. I'm 40 years old now. You know what I mean? And I would never ever disrespect or speak to my mum and dad in really bad ways, and I would always help elderly people go across the road. I would never, ever think of doing half the stuff that the youngsters get to do today. Not even close would I. You know, I think that this generation have learned and lost what respect is and how important it is to respect your elders and who they are. You know, in this colony and lifetime, everyone's been learned how to be against each other, and certain rules and restrictions have been removed, and you know, it's just it's wrong. I think, yeah, back in our day that life was quite strict when it come to our parents now, but do you know what? It was the best life that I had, and I learned so much through being in that life. I learned to have respect and understanding. I know what it's like to look after those that are a lot older than us, and to, you know, take on their wisdom and their way, and think it's so important. And everything has just completely changed from that, and people have forgotten what respect is and what family is, and that's sad. Internet is one big factor in this, sister Drew. I agree. Internet learns kids to do things that they shouldn't do. It pollutes their head with things that they shouldn't even be knowing about. It makes them just look at the world in a completely different way and look at their families in different ways, and it's just not right. And it don't help with how they're so influenced by different films and games and stuff like that, violence games and all sorts of stuff, you know what I mean? It ain't like what we were like when we were young, going out, getting dirty, playing in the mud, climbing trees, you know, always making sure that we're looking at the sky, and when the light bulb starts to go on, you go in because you know that's time to go in. You respect, you're in on time, and you don't bat chat. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, I'm sure we've all had our moments where we had a little bit of a bat chat to our mums and dads, but nothing like what we would do today, because back then you would have got a belting or a beating, and you know, even though today that's frowned on, back then it wasn't beating them to the extent that they needed to be took off. Like, you would just learn a lesson, you know. Not always nice experiences, but at least that generation, which is us, we grew up to be respectful people. Well, most of us, not all of us, but you know, I remember them days, just playing out with your friends and like having no worries in life, and the world wasn't like it is today. It was so much more calmer there. You could leave your baby out in a pushchair or a pram in the back or the front garden and just go around doing your stuff and put your baby in the shade near your door, and nobody would ever think about coming in to that garden and taking that child or doing something weird. Everybody would look out for each other and be there for each other. You know what I mean? People were communities back then. It's not like that anymore. It's all he said this and she said that, and they done this and they done that. Oh, I'm going to do this to you and I'm going to do it. Why? Yeah, I remember that, sis, Zach, and what he done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And, you know, the internet and stuff isn't safe for kids. And there's so much things that they can access. And I've noticed, because of the technology and because of all of the stuff in the world today and that, yeah, that even though I would say that in our days we were classed as being bright, today our kids are so much more forward in a lot of stuff because of the technology around them and the things that they've got to learn to use. So you'll find that the kids of today are so much more intelligent when it comes to like computering and phone stuff and all that sort of stuff, because they've got those little brains that are just constantly worked with everything that's around them, you know, and it's nuts. But it also can pollute their minds, which is sad. Oh, you'll definitely learn empowerment, Sister Drew. Sister Kim, sorry, not Sister Drew. You already know your empowerment, Sister Drew. One day, Sister Kim, she'll hopefully grow up and realise just how important things are, and that sometimes maybe her actions weren't the greatest way to be. They have to learn, sis. The thing is they're brought up in a world where everything's been, you know, learnt to them on how things should be and how things should be acted like and all that sort of stuff that they don't really know anymore, do they? So we just have to hope and pray that she's going to wake up. We could, you know, sis, if you ever need any help, you only got to come and ask the sisters, and we could do like you know, we could do some shows, not shows, and do some like rituals and things, maybe like make a candle or something to try and help. But a lot of it is going to be that she's got to see that for herself. And somebody can't carry on acting like that and not see the come up and it's one day. Zach is very smart, very, very intelligent, very. He's like Billy, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He takes his traits from his dad then, sis, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You know, if you use it in the right way and you know how to be intelligent but be doing it the right way, it's a good thing. But when you go doing silly things like that and coursing debits and stuff, or could course debits and stuff like that, you know, it's a bit different. Yeah, no. But Kim, it's also important to remember, darling, okay, that you can't change every child's mind. And that, yeah, you can do your best, learn them the best you can, but in the end, they are going to grow up and be however they want to be. And that isn't going to be through no fault of your own, sis, okay? That is just going to be them. You do the best that you can, but just know that in the end, if something doesn't quite turn out the way it is, that is nothing to do with you. It's just how they are, okay? Like, there's just some people that don't want to listen or learn, and it's sad. Yeah, she's young at the minute. She's still growing. Hopefully, she'll grow out of that. And if she doesn't, she will learn some lessons. Definitely learn some lessons. Sister Drew, if you need to talk or anything, you know where I am, Angel. But I'm sure you're probably getting tired and you're probably wanting to get your eyes shut for a little bit because of, like, obviously where you're traveling and stuff. And all of my other angels, obviously it's getting late over where you are in the USA and all of the other places. I do want to say that I am so grateful for all of you coming and watching the show. I hope that the education on the way really helped you to be more understanding and knowing of things. I hope that it's helped you to see them in a different way and to just see how important it is just to be yourselves with them and to give them, you know, the judgment through yourself, not through what others have told you. I hope that it's helping you to become more comfortable and more understanding of them, and you know, that it allows you to have a bit more of an understanding and maybe a respect of themselves and their realms and stuff like that. This is what this is all about, getting us connected and doing the right thing. 3 hours from Scotland. T, I'll get a sleep, sis. So are you saying you're going to sleep now, sis, or you're going to go sleep when you get to Scotland? So you're 3 hours from Scotland. That's awesome. So you're not that far. That's good. Well, you know where I am. If you want to, like, talk, text, I can be in the clan, I can be on Messenger, whatever you want me to do, sis. You know where I am. Yeah, get a nap, sis. So I thought that it'd probably be good you do. You don't want to be all tired and grumpy when you get back, do you? Not that you are going to be. You're going to be full of it probably. But I do love you, sis, and safe travels. And please make sure you message me when you get home so I know that you're home safe. And to all of my angels, all of you, keep safe and keep well. Thank you for joining the show. And lots of love from myself, Willow, Ivy Willow. Thank you for watching. And obviously, like I said, tune in next Sunday for the other show, which I will be doing the Fey Realms and anything I'm doing around my house for that one. And then the following week, we will be back to doing more fairy and other energies education shows. But until then, keep an eye out on my channel for any of my shows and stuff that I'm doing outside and anything that I'm getting up to, any uploads and stuff. And keep an eye out for Sister Drew's channel, Drew's Paranormal Vlog Scotland, because she has been away. She's going to probably have some uploads in the next couple of days or so, and she'll be back doing her shows. Look out for Sister Mystical and Mystical Love and Light, Pups from Chasing Bones and Spectres. You've got Christina from Ghost Squad, Christina and Sun Ghost Squad. There's so many amazing channels that come in here. So if anyone's going over our channels and you've seen the chats, you'll see a lot of people in there, as well as our fam that come and support us in the groups. To anybody new, thank you for coming in. We hope that you've enjoyed the show and we hope to see you here again. And just know that you are well and truly part of the fam now. So until then, I'm going to play the intro out. And I'm going to thank you all for being here, and lots of love from me, the Faye, from Boo Boo, and from everybody around, and lots of love, light, and blessings, and a merry parting. And Willow, we'll see you all very, very soon. Blessed be. Merry meet, everyone. Willow here. I would like to thank you for watching my new series. I hope that you are enjoying the adventures, whether they are inside or they are outside. I hope that you tune in for the next episode to see what other adventures I have to take you on. I hope that you have enjoyed the show, and thank you for watching. Merry parting and blessed be.